First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and blesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgive the iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear the guilty. Visit the iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect. All his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. Shalom. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chief princes, mother in Israel, brothers and sisters, I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
King David was a man of God. King David was a man after the heart of God, to where that was the only man that God tried and examined his heart and tried his heart. And he said, man, this guy have an eye like me. He got a heart like me. He thinks like me. And because of that is what drew God's attention towards him, because he took on the attributes, the characteristics, the ways of God. The only way you're going to learn the ways of God, you got to read the book.
That's right.
The book shows you the ways of God. The book shows you what God accepts. The book shows you what God don't accept. Right? Now, King David lived his life with a guilty conscience before God, which kept him looking at himself. That's what kept him taking heed and checking himself on a constant basis. On a constant basis, he checked himself. Why he had to check himself? Why did he constantly check himself? Because he didn't want to transgress and sin before God presumptuously. It says, Lord, I cry unto thee. We're going to Deuteronomy 4. He said, Lord, Deuteronomy chapter 4. He said, Lord, I cry unto thee. That's who you cry to. You cry to God. Cry out to God. But in sincerity and in simplicity of heart, when you cry out to God, make sure you're right. Make sure you're right in whatever you're crying out to God about. Right? It said, make haste unto me. Give ear unto my voice when I cry unto thee. Because God don't hearken to every cry. You think every prayer you buckle down and send out prayers and you think God hear these cries? No. You know why? God don't hearken to the cries of people that have not gained favor in the eyes of God. See, in order for God to hearken to your prayers, you have to gain favor in his eyes. So if you have not gained favor in his eyes, God don't hearken to your prayer. God ain't hearkening to those prayers. Look at Cain. And the difference between us and Cain knew, and he was able to pick up and realize that he was not in good favor with God. He realized that he was not accepted of God. You know what's sad? You know what's sad? We really can't tell after you get up off your knees. Sometimes you can. Because sometimes God hearkens to your prayer when you are in a correct state. At that point in time, you see how quick God departs from us real quick. Because 1 minute, we could be correct and right. And a couple seconds later, we done thought up something or did something that caused God to look at you and turn his back. That quick. But then we can't even tell. We can't even tell. Cain and these men that we read about was able to tell every day. They was able to tell without praying. They felt it, man. They felt it. God came down and had a conversation with Cain. He said, why are you wrong? Why are you angry? He said, if you do good, I will exalt you. You got to do better. You got to do good. And doing better and doing good is correcting 360. Once a breach is open, 360 is not corrected. You have not covered the breach. So when these breaches and this opening to your spirit, which allows iniquity to come to your mind, is not closed, that's a problem. He said, let my prayer be set forth before thee as incense. That's the only time we read about incense, was during the offering. King David said, allow my prayers to come before thee just like those incense that the high priest set forth. This is why we are not supposed to be burning incense in our houses. Incense was only burnt during the sacrifices and the offerings dedicated to God. So when we burn incense in our houses, who are you burning those incense to? He says, and the lifting up of my hands as the evening sacrifice. The book tells us how to pray. The book teaches us how to pray. You cannot pray to God with your hands down. You cannot pray to God with your back towards the east, talking to people. No. We have one posture. And our posture is our hands spread forth. Isaiah chapter 1 speaks on that. Now we're just hearing it. The posture that we need to take when we're praying to the God of Abraham. Tom Sheep.
Deuteronomy chapter 4.
No. I'm sorry. Stay there. He said, set a watch. Set a watch, O Lord, before my mouth. You know what a watch is? Guard my mouth. Don't allow me to say the wrong thing. Keep my mouth from sinning so that God don't be angry at my voice. So now I got to be careful of my words and the things that I say that's going to cause God to be angry at my voice. He said, guard the doors of my lips. Incline not my heart to any evil thing. How do I know when my heart is inclined to evil and wickedness? When I voice and say certain things that's not right. I don't voice and say certain things, and then later on, guess what? I got to check myself and say, you know what? I shouldn't have said that. But before I perfect it, you're going to go through trials. You're going to say things and do things that's against God. But thank God that you are able to recognize your faults of what you said or what you did or how you treated and correct it. You're able to pinpoint it. I keep saying Tom Sheep. Incline not my heart to any evil thing, to practice wicked works. The Hebrew word for wicked works is alilot. Alilot means wantonness. To practice wantonness. You know what wantonness is? Wantonness, it means hard to control, undisciplined, unruly. Tom Sheep. It said, practice wantonness with men that work iniquity, and let me not eat of their dainties. Let the righteous smite me. It shall be a kindness from me. Why? Because the righteous is not doing this spitefully. This righteous and godly man is correcting you because they want to see good out of you. They want to see you at your peak with God. They want to see you do better. So basically, there's a way. There's a correction that's not good. People call this correction, but you're really not correcting. You belittling the person and bringing them down. So that's why some correction people don't hearken to and listen to.
Yeah, that's correct.
And let him reprove me. It shall be an excellent oil, which shall not break my head, for yet my prayers also shall be in their calamities. When their judges are overthrown in stony places, they shall hear my words, for they are sweet. Our bones are scattered at the grave's mouth, as when one cutteth and cleaveth wood upon the earth. But mine eyes are unto thee, O God, the Lord, in thee is my trust. Leave not my soul destitute. Huh? You know what leaving my soul destitute is? Don't leave me to myself. These are things that we need to ask God, man. We don't need God to leave us to our own self. But the only reason why God will leave you to yourself is because you have a heart that is stubborn, an unyielding and stubborn heart that would not hearken. Okay? Keep me from the snares which they have laid before me, and the gins of the workers of iniquity. Let the wicked fall into their own net, while that I withal escaped. Deuteronomy chapter 4.
Now therefore hearken, O Israel, unto the statutes and the judgments which I teach you.
Now therefore, I said, now therefore, hearken to who? To the statutes, to the judgments,
which I teach you, for to do them.
For to do them.
That you may live and go in and possess the land which the Lord God of your fathers giveth you.
Okay. He said, hearken to the commandments, the laws, the statutes, which I teach you for to do them, that ye may live and go in and possess the land which the Lord God of your fathers giveth you. These laws, commandments, and statutes give life. These laws, commandments, and statutes would cause you to live. Only if we become dedicated, we have to dedicate ourselves and make our mind up to serve God. Make your mind up. Now, in making your mind up, who say you're not going to mess up here and there? You can mess up here and there. You mess up here and there. You mess up here and there. But your mind is made up to stay on that path. Your mind is made up to, and when your mind is made up, you correct yourself and jump back in line with God. That's when a person's mind is made up. Tom, see?
Ye shall not add unto the word which I command you.
Ye shall not add unto the word which I command you.
Neither shall ye diminish aught from it.
And this is why we have so many camps. Because everybody does the law the way they want to do the law. Everybody does the law because the way they want to do the law. Have you noticed that every camp has a way of fulfilling these laws, commandments, and statutes differently? When there's only one book, and God has allowed this person to see it this way, He's allowed that one to see it this way, this one see it one way, this one see it one way. When there's only one way to look at the book, there's only one way to fulfill these commandments. This is why God only preserved this book. He didn't preserve none of those books that we use to explain what we read in this book. The explanation is already here. Those books is what's leading the people astray. Because when the book speaks about images and pictures, and you go to other books to explain what images and pictures is, that's a problem. I know what images and pictures is. That's a problem. Tom, see?
Neither shall ye diminish aught from it, that ye may keep the commandments of the Lord
That ye may keep the commandments of the Lord thy God. It means to keep, it means to guard. That's the same word that's used when it says to guard your soul. But there's no way I can guard my soul without keeping the commandments. I must keep the laws so that I will be equipped to guard my soul from evil, from the external forces, from my mind creeping off or leaning towards or inclining towards things that is ungodly and unjust. Tom, see? So now, to keep, to observe, to guard. To observe means to fulfill or comply to obligations. We have obligations, but we have a problem fulfilling our obligations with God. So you can't fulfill your obligations with who God said to fulfill your obligations to on earth. Huh? To conform one's actions and practice to God. So your actions and your practice must be in agreement with God. Your ways must be in agreement with God. This is why we need to read the book so that we can learn the actions and the practices and the ways of God so that I can compare and so I can do and compare myself and learn what is the actions, my doings, my practices, my ways, how I need to be. How do we need to be accepted of God? They took a man went to give his condolences to Kanun. And when he went to give his condolences to Kanun, they took the man and shaved off half of his beard, cut his garment at the middle, which means they didn't wear garments at the waist. For him to cut his garment at the half, at the middle, it had to be long like this. It had to be long like this. See, this is the way, and this is the custom of Israel. This is the way Israelites dress. I heard Principal Paul say, he said, this is what his exact words. He said, you know the N-word? He said, the N-word, those guys out there? He said, I am not like them. And I had to, he said that today. He said, so therefore, because I am not like them, I don't go outside looking like them. That's the mindset of all Israelites that's supposed to be pursuing God. You know, Woe said that and stood on that, my father. That is supposed to be the mindset of all Israelites. When you go outside, you don't want to look like Henry. When you go out there, you don't want to look like Betsy.
You don't want to look like M-Dot.
When you go out there, you don't want to go on in your life with the ways and the customs and the mindset of heathens. Because you can't serve God with a heathenistic mentality. So when you have this heathenistic mentality, that's what blocks you and put a block in between you getting towards God. Huh? Listen, man. Look it. Tobit and his wife. Huh? Tobit and his wife. Huh? His wife, Tobit, went blind. His wife started sewing and doing woman's work to sell, to take care of the house because the man's blind and he can't do it. She stepped up. And the man gave her a lamb or a sheep for her wages. So when she brought the sheep, he said, what's this I'm hearing? He said, where you get this from? She said, man, I did woman's work. She said, listen, you know what Tobit told her? Render it back to the owners because we can't eat nothing that's stolen. You know what she said to him? She didn't argue. She didn't bicker and go back and forth with the husband. She didn't go back and forth with the man who possesses her, with her Lord. You know what she said? She said, your righteousness is known. That's it. She didn't go back and forth. She said, your righteousness is known amongst the land, amongst the earth. Don't worry, Ishi. I will return it. That's it.
Problem solved.
But in order to move this way, you gotta have the mindset of these women. In order to move this way, the men gotta have the mindset of these godly men in order to move that way.
That's right.
She didn't continue to correct him. To keep means to fulfill. To guard means to watch by way of preventing. So I am watching and I am on guard to prevent the violation. I am on guard to prevent the violation on God's holy day. Where we at? What verse? 2?
Verse 3.
Time sheet.
Your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal Peor.
Your eyes have seen what the Lord God did because of Baal Peor. This was a deity, a deity that is worshipped by doing licentious rites, licentious acts. Baal means Lord. Peor comes from the root word pa'ad. It means Lord of the opening. And serving this deity was, look, I ain't gonna get into the depths of it, man, but this deity, when we do oral sex, anal sex, orgies, all these things was done in the worship of Baal Peor, which is Lord of the opening, Lord of the woman's counterpart. And then we blaspheme the name of God by saying, how do we know if Abraham and Sarah didn't do oral sex?
Uh-oh.
Yo,
Blasphemy.
That's blasphemy.
Yeah.
And we got to watch our mouth from the things that we say and we talk about godly people that God accepts. God accepted these people. So we have to be careful with the words of our mouth and choose our words wisely when we begin to get all emotional and start speaking and talking against men and women who God accepts.
That's right.
God accepted these people, man. God accepted these people. We're trying to work our way into being accepted by God. But this comes in time. I said, this comes in time. You don't get accepted all the way, right away. You're working towards being accepted. I'm working towards being accepted by God. Still, by watching my ways, my doings, and the way I think. I said, by watching my ways, the things that I do, and how I think. Because all of these things count before God. The laws is about treatment. That's what the laws of God is about. It's about treatment.
Talk about it.
Tom She.
Your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal Peor.
Uh-huh.
For all the men that followed Baal Peor, the Lord thy God had destroyed them from among you.
For all the men that followed Baal Peor, God destroyed them. Okay? The word followed is ahed. It means to go after. It means subsequent to. Subsequent to means you view this situation the same way this person views it, which causes you to have a hedonistic mentality. I said, which causes you to have this hedonistic mentality. And because of this type of mentality, you can't serve God. See, our mentality has to be the mentality of these godly men and women. Our mentality has to be the mentality of God. We read about how God thinks. And when we read about how God thinks, we disassemble within our own selves. We
Within your heart.
disagree within our own selves.
Assemble together.
We disassemble within ourselves. And we disagree within ourselves. And then we become contrary and opposite to God. You know how many of us is opposite to God?
That's right.
You know how many people think, oh, I'll put up this, I'll do this, I'll do this. Hey, guess what? As long as I sin presumptuous,
Uh-oh.
go ahead, say it, finish it. I'm opposite.
Opposite of God. That's right. That's right.
As long as I continue to sin presumptuous before God, I am contrary. I am opposite.
That's right.
But we think we know so much and we doing this and I'm doing. You ain't doing nothing, man. Stop being opposite to what God said. Stop being contrary to what God said. Hey, guess what? I'm opposite. I'm contrary. You think I'm leaving myself out? I don't never leave myself out. I always include myself. Why? Because I'm still doing work on myself. I gotta do work on myself and be better. I have to. We are all contrary and opposite to God. Then you got men talking about we need to come up with a standard. When God already set the standard for crying out loud. I said, God set the standard already.
The standard is set
I said,
already.
did he set it already or what?
The standard is set already.
God set the standard.
We don't go by our standard.
What standard you gonna set? Damn fools, man.
Here.
Fools. You can't set no standard that's already been set by God, man.
No, you can't. The commandments is the standard.
The commandments is the standards. The laws of God are standards. It all depends if you want to follow it.
That's right.
If you accept it. King David said, hey, you think it's a game? I said, you think it's a game? When you reach a certain level of righteousness, you begin to separate yourself from your own people. Yeah. Yo, what's up, man? I said, when you reach a certain level of righteousness, you will begin to separate yourself from your own. You know how I know? King David did it. So when you start talking, know the book before you talk.
Yeah.
Know the laws of God. Know the book before you run your mouth.
Yeah.
Live it. Live it.
He said, judge me, O Lord. Huh? Judge me, O Lord, for I have walked in my integrity. You know what shows integrity? You are in accordance with God. You are in agreement with God.
Yeah.
You are in agreement and accordance with God's moral standards. You know let me tell you when you are in agreement with God's moral standards. I don't know you. I just seen you. But you got a full beard, you got a head of hair, you walk in and you look like Israel. That's the first stage. You look like Israel. Now the next thing to do is I got to check out your ways, how you live, the things you do. And the only way I'm going to learn now, I got to be around you. Come on, man. He said, I trusted also in the Lord. Therefore, I shall not slide. He said, I ain't going to slip. He said, I trust in God. And by me trusting in God, I will never waver. You know what wavering is? You're going back and forth and you're shifting and fluctuating back and forth with God. In and out. In and out. Examine me, O Lord, and prove me. He said, try me. Try my reins and my heart. For my loving kindness is before mine eyes. And I have walked in thy truth. You know it's the truth. That's the laws and the commandments of God. I have not sat with vain persons. Watch who you sit with. Because the person you're sitting with is vain. King David said, I won't sit with you. If you're vain, I ain't sitting with you. Neither will I go in with dissemblers. I have hated. Wait a minute. King David said, I had hated the assembly, the congregation, the multitude of evil doers. Notice the multitude of evildoers. When I go into a place, I scan it.
Read the room.
I scan everywhere. And I look all over the place. And you know what I'm looking for?
Violation.
I'm looking for violation on God's holy day.
Violation.
I see people carrying burdens. I see this one guy taking out garbage. Oh, this one wants to carry it. Then I look. The man's face is clean.
Yeah.
His face is so clean,
Well,
I can see my image in his cheek.
Yeah.
I said, I could see the image of my face
Reflection.
in this man's cheek.
On the head.
Then I look up on his head. The cover fits so perfectly.
It ain't dropping off. Ain't going nowhere.
Look around. Continue to look. Medium rare meat being eaten on Shabbat day. Then I look over here.
It's being cooked.
Then I ask this person, where do you get your meat from? Bazaar. Food bazaar. Met. And we continue to eat meat from these stores, not knowing how the animal died.
Western beef.
Western beef. Ezekiel said, the prophet Ezekiel, God told the prophet Ezekiel to go make him some bread from dung. You know what Ezekiel said? Ezekiel said, I have not defiled myself with anything that died of itself or was torn with beasts. Yeah. So when we eat meat that's torn of beasts or died of itself, you are defiled. Yeah. We defile ourselves before God. Now you are presumptuous. That was a presumptuous act by eating this meat that died of itself. Right. See, when God said, if you ate meat that died of itself, he said, go wash. But that was only if you did it unknowingly. You can't just go and eat meat that died of itself and talk about, I'll just go wash.
No.
You're being presumptuous.
That's right.
But that's what happened when you have unlearned people, unexperienced people, or people that have been in and out with God. You just coming back, homeboy. People, you just coming back. And now you, listen. And people want to talk and say things that's not in the book. So what King David said, I have hated the congregation of evildoers and will not sit with the wicked. You hear that? That sound like unity?
No.
Hey, brother, that sound like unity?
Not at all.
Did David unify himself with the ungodly?
Not at all. No.
Did King David unify himself with evildoers?
Not at all.
So why should you?
That's right.
Why should I? Why should we? You know what? You know what's the standards? All Israel, let's get together. If we are not gonna make our mind up and do these laws according to what God said, get out. I don't want to hear about you starting no other camp. I don't want to hear about you starting nothing or you're going to get rolled on. You're going to have one camp. This is how we're going to get together. I said, this is how we're going to get together, by violence. We set up a standard and we all come one on the one accord. And anybody break off from that one accord,
Stoned.
You get stoned.
That's what they did.
That's what they did in the book.
That's what they understood.
And that's the only thing Israelites understand. But we want to come up with our own standards and our own way of fulfilling the commandments and the laws of God when God don't accept it.
Those are games.
God don't accept it.
Yeah.
God ain't accepting that. Why? Because you're following your own way.
Yeah.
In Leviticus 19, he said, when you offer up a peace offering, right? He said, make sure you offer it of your own will. The Hebrew word means razon. so that it can be accepted. So when I do things of God's will, it's accepted. When I do things of my own will, when I do things and I fulfill these laws on my own accord, God's not going to accept that. Because I'm doing it my way. I'm doing it my way by my own standards and not by God's standards.
Talk about it, brother.
Time sheet, Chief.
Verse 4. But ye that did cleave unto the Lord your God are alive, every one of you this day.
That did cleave. But ye that did cleave. To the Lord thy God, the word for cleave is dabak. Dalet beikuf. It means to adhere. I can't cleave to God if I don't believe. To adhere, to cleave, you must believe first in order to hear. I say you must believe first in order to hearken and hear. To believe in and follow the practice of. So I'm going to believe first and then I'm going to fulfill. Then you will fulfill. Clinging means to become closely attached. When you're closely attached to God, you feel the way God feels. When God cries and feel the way, you feel the way.
That's right.
You feel the way. I ain't feel no way when he desecrated the Shabbat day, but I cried for him when he's in the coma.
Yeah.
Why I'm crying for this goo here? You know we shouldn't cry for everybody? I said you can't shed tears for everybody. God looked at Eli. He killed Hophni. And who? And Phinehas. No, not Hophni and Phinehas. I'm sorry. Wrong situation. Dayton, Nadab and Abihu. Because they offered up strange fire before God. And when they offered up the strange fire before God, the temple didn't have a roof. They offered up strange fire. God commanded the fire to consume their bodies in the clothes. The clothes was not consumed, but their bodies was consumed. Direct order from God. Right? Got my point. Yes. And God turned to Aaron. He said, don't cry. Don't uncover your head. Let's wrath break loose on the whole nation. You see what the head does? I said the head could do things that would bring wrath on everybody. So the head got to be right. It ain't no easy thing to be no head. There's a certain way you need to be a head. There's a certain behavior that comes with being a head. There's certain priorities and responsibilities that comes with being a head. But we take this thing here lightly. We take it lightly, man. And we come up here and teach people contrary from what the book says. No, follow the way that camp do it. No, well, you know what? You go to that camp, follow the way that camp do. How about following it the way God said? I would love to get together with all Israelites. I would love that.
That's a beautiful thing.
What you said, brother? That's a beautiful thing. And unity is a beautiful thing. Because God said it's beautiful. But we are not in one accord because we refuse to follow the standards that God set, not our own standards. Let's follow God's standards and walk upright before God. Not following your own standards, man. Time sheet.
Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, even as the Lord my God commanded me, that you should do so in the land whither ye go to possess it. Keep therefore and do them.
Keep therefore and do them.
For this is your wisdom And
For this is your wisdom. My wisdom is in the things that I do.
There we go. You see wisdom in what you do.
I said, my wisdom is seen by what I do. You pick that out, man.
Oh, yeah.
Huh? My wisdom is in the way I act. My wisdom is shown in the way I act, the way I think, the way I speak, how I move, my behavior. That's how you show your wisdom. How you treat people. Huh? That's what this means. That's how you show your wisdom amongst the nations, amongst the people that we live amongst. You represent God. I say you're representing God. Don't allow the people to talk against your God.
Right. Think upon his name.
Yeah.
Top sheet.
For this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this is a great, surely this great nation is a wise
and understanding people, a people that departs from evil, a people that departs from wickedness, and that's your understanding. The departing from evil is your understanding. Top sheet.
But what nation is there so great, who hath God so nigh unto them?
There was no nation that had God so close to them. There was no nation that God ever came down and had a conversation with these people, man. The people was at their tent. The glory of God came and covered the tabernacle, the entrance of the tabernacle, and they heard the voice of God. They heard how God sound. Cain, Adam and Eve was able to perceive when the presence of God was around. He said, I heard your voice in the garden. He said, and I hid myself. That even in that action, even in Adam's action, when he hid himself, was righteousness. You know why it was righteousness shown? Because he had guilt. He showed God that he had guilt of of his actions. Huh?
I want you to see that.
Huh? How are you sinful, presumptuously sinning? You don't notice? Listen, man. You don't notice? When you are working on yourself, you pray more. I said when a person is working on himself, he's going to get some type of feeling or obligation that I need to bend my knee and praise God. Why? Why? Because you're trying to curb yourself. And you made your mind up to serve God. And I'm on point with myself so that I don't sin presumptuously to the godly thoughts. The godly thinking comes to your mind. Bend your knee. Bend your knee. Bend your knee. Set up those prayers. Bend your knee. Those thoughts don't go to everybody. The monkey go all day without praying. I said, how could you? Go all day without praying. Without glorifying the name of God. You know why? Because it's something that you're doing in your actions that's causing you to restrain and hold back yourself from giving God glory. Let's read.
Verse 7. For what nation is there so great, who hath God so nigh unto them, as the Lord our God, as in all things that we call upon him for? And what nation is there so great, that has statutes and judgments so righteous?
Statutes and judgments so righteous.
As all this law.
Like all this law. Read.
Which I set before you this day.
Which I set before you this day.
Only take heed to thyself.
Only take heed to yourself. Be on guard with yourself. Be on point with yourself. Read.
And keep thy soul diligently.
Keep thy soul diligently.
Lest thou forget the things which thine eyes have seen, and lest they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life.
We must remember the things, the situation that God put us through. I said we must keep in mind the things that God put us through, and we use it in a positive manner to boost you and to push you towards doing the things that is lawful and right. You must remember the things that God did, man. I remember God did this to me. And by me reminding myself about what God did to me, now the fear comes. Fear comes automatically now because of what God put you through. And I know if I violate these laws, commandments, and statutes, He's going to rock me. I can't do that. I can't do what you do. I can't say what you say. Because I have made a covenant with my God and I made my mind up to serve Him. That's what makes me different and put me in a different bracket. That's right. Tom Sheet.
But teach them thy sons and thy sons.
Teach them thy sons and thy sons' sons.
Especially the day
that
thou stoodest before the
Lord
thy God
that thou stoodest before the Lord thy God in Horeb. And that was a dreadful day. Now we need to just imagine. Just use your imaginations. I wasn't there. We wasn't there. But just imagine a whole mountain range on fire, skipping, darkness, and the voice of God coming out of the midst of that fire, midst of that darkness. Could you imagine that, man? That alone scared the people. That alone scared them. But God still told Moses, he said, go down and warn the people. Do not break through to try and see me. Because if you break through to gaze and to look, so I'm going to kill you. I'm going to wipe you out. Don't do it. Tom Sheet.
Especially the day that thou stoodest before the Lord thy God in Horeb, when the Lord said unto me, gather me the people together, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all the days that they shall live.
That's why God brought the people before Mount Sinai, to instill fear in the people. This is why God put you through certain situations to instill fear in you. Go ahead.
That they may learn to fear me all the days that they shall live upon the earth, but that they may teach their children. Verse 11. And he came near and stood under the mountain.
And he came there and stood under the mountain. The mountain burned.
With fire.
With fire.
Unto the midst of heaven, with darkness, clouds, and thick darkness. And the Lord spake unto you out of the midst of the fire.
God spoke unto you out of the midst of the fire.
You heard the voice.
So you heard the voice.
But saw no similitude.
But you ain't seen no similitude. Only you heard a voice. The Hebrew word for similitude is temunah. You ain't seen no image. You ain't see a shape. You ain't seen a form. You ain't seen nothing. No detail. Go ahead.
And the Lord spake unto you out of the midst of the fire. Ye heard the voice of the words, but saw no similitude. Only ye heard a voice. And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded.
And he declared unto you his covenant, his agreement. We at that day, when we was at the grounds of Mount Sinai, we went into an agreement with God. You know who know the agreement? We did. We as a people turned against God and know the agreement. But God didn't put us away right away. He gave us a chance to acknowledge our faults and become better and change your ways. It reminds me of parents towards the child. I don't denounce and push my child away every mistake he does. No, I deal with him in his mistakes and I correct him and show him where the things that he has done is wrong according to what God said. And then I hope that he has any good in him to change towards these things. See, our children is different than these children out there. Our children is being raised up with morals and boundaries and lines that they won't cross. Go ahead, read.
And he declared unto you his covenant, which he commanded you to perform, even 10 commandments.
Even 10 commandments.
And he wrote them upon 2 tables of
He
stone.
wrote them upon 2 tables of stone.
And the Lord commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that you might do them in the land, whither ye go over to possess it. Take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves.
Take ye therefore good heed to yourself.
For ye saw no manner of similitude.
For you saw no manner of similitude
on the day.
That
the Lord spake
unto you
in Horeb,
out of the midst of the fire.
Lest ye corrupt yourself.
Lest you corrupt yourself. Now we're going to learn how do we corrupt ourselves. What does that word corrupt mean? The Hebrew word for corrupt is shakat. Shakat means to corrupt. It means to pervert. It means to mar. Corrupt means what? Corrupt is to change from good to bad in morals, manners, or actions, or ways by violating the commandments of God. So when you're corrupt, you perform immoral or illegal acts without apology, without acknowledging your fault and having any type of regrets or being remorseful. No remorse about what you did. No, we got a problem. We do things to people and don't have no remorse.
Yeah.
You don't feel bad about what you did to that person. You got a lot of work to do with yourself. I say you have a lot of work to do with yourself, because the only reason why you don't feel bad because of your negative actions is because you don't have a conscience. And you have too much pride. It said when a woman dishonoring her husband, that is the beginning of her being proud with God. I said that is the beginning of her being proud with God. How you deal with your husband shows that you have pride in you. You got to have a conscience, man. You can't serve God without a conscience. You can't serve God without being remorseful. To change or debase oneself by making errors against God's law or unintentional alteration, which is when you have no intentions of changing oneself. You have no intentions of changing yourself. I say you have no intentions of changing yourself, which means you want God to accept you the way you is. You want God to accept you with these negative and froward thoughts.
Take me as I am.
Take me as I am. Listening to these pagan songs, indoctrinated songs, and then your mind gets inclined to marry Jay. Now you ain't got Esther for a wife. You done married Mary J. Blige.
Right. Talk about it.
You ain't got Rebecca as a wife. You done married Little Kim. Glorilla. Sexy Red. Because all these songs gives you a Christianized mindset. They're influences. It gives you a certain mindset that's not compared to what God said.
Don't forget the homie Megan Thee Stallion, the bro. Forget the bro.
You got to be able to listen to these songs.
Yeah.
And control yourself not to be like unto these people and not think like that. Why? Because, listen, man, let's read.
Lest ye corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image.
That's how you corrupt yourself. He said, lest you corrupt yourself.
And make you
okay, so hold up now. I want you to go back, all right? Let's go into other definitions. The word pervert. Shakat also means to pervert. It means to alter or to change from its original course. I said to alter or change from its original course. You know what happens when you add on and take away from what God said? You are altering from its original course, which causes you to be a pervert before God. You alter and you change the meaning. You know how many of us change the meaning of what the verse says? We give our own meaning, and I look at you, I say, well, wait a minute, brother. The meaning that you just said, it don't say that here. Where you get that from? It says to alter from its original course, meaning or state to a distortion. You know what a state of distortion is? Your meaning about what you said about this verse is what's causing the people, you're misleading the people to believe that you can continue bald in your face. Nobody teaches that verse in the Hebrew. Nobody teaches that verse in the Hebrew. You know why? Because if you teach the verse in the Hebrew, then you will come to the true meaning of what it means. Of lo takripu peya rosheka, with lo taskit zekwaneka peya zekwaneka. Teach it in the Hebrew and stay out the English. I said teach it in the Hebrew and stay out of the English. I don't care. See, don't matter what words or what version you have. Whatever Bible you have, it don't matter what version. You know why? Because the Hebrew version remains the same. I said, when you transfer it and look it up in the Hebrew always remains the same. See, that only matters when you go according to the English. And when you go according to the English, it's only going to take you but so far.
You can play with it.
Marred. To be marred means to ruin or diminish the good or wholeness of a person by violating God's law. Wow. Did we hear this definition?
Yep.
This is deep, man. So when we violate the commandments and the laws of God, we ruin and diminish the good or the wholeness that you have in you. See, we all got good in us. God has equipped us with good, and we have evil in us. But we ruin and deplete the goodness and the wholeness that we have in us by sinning presumptuously. That's deep, man. Now you begin to backtrack further and further away from God because you keep violating the laws of God. You're ruining the good, the little bit of good and wholeness that you have in you, you're ruining it. It's diminishing. And it's going to keep diminishing to where you ain't got no good in you. You know how you people say, oh, man, he ain't got no good in him.
Yeah.
What are you doing in your life that this man don't have no good in him? Tom, see?
Lest you corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image.
And make you a graven image. Wait a minute. The word graven image, right, is fesel. A fesel is an idol, right? Also an image. It's a carved image. Root word of fesel is fasal. It means hewed out, carved, or sculptured. So we should not be having statues carved out in animals or humans. We can't engrave animals and things like that. Can't do that. See, the problem is that images did not exist for Old Testament Jews. I said images did not exist for Old Testament Jews. Paintings were very rare. Photos did not exist yet. Photos didn't exist in the time of Abraham.
They don't even exist, man.
Adam and Eve. It was a certain time when these photos came about.
That's correct.
You think they had photos during the time of Adam?
No.
In that first world? No. No, man.
No. First images were carved.
Photos did not exist yet. Images came about with Christians at the end of the 2nd century. In the beginning of the 3rd century, the Old Testament speaks against images. Meanwhile, Christian art in the early church is due to important role images played in Greco-Roman culture. That's where images start from. Images started from Greco-Roman culture with art. But we don't want to accept that. We don't want to accept none of this. We don't have Moses here to explain these things to us. So we got to read the book and do according to what it reads. If it said images, don't tell me, please don't say them. It said images, man. There's nothing you're going to tell me or convince me that that's not what it means. Because I read it in the book and I was taught to do according to what I read in this book. Graven images also refers to cult image, right? A human-made object that is worshipped for the deity or spirit that it embodies or represents. Okay, which reminds me of teraphims, which is small images of cult objects used as domestic household gods.
Right.
Domestic household gods. A similitude is a temuna. Go ahead, read that verse.
Lest you corrupt yourself.
Lest you corrupt yourself.
And make you a graven image.
And make you a graven image.
The similitude of any figure.
Okay, stop right there. The similitude of any figure. Temuna kal samel. I said temuna kal samel. Temuna is pictures or images. You know what a samel is? A samel, it means emblem. A symbol. Logo.
Break it down.
Images. This is why I said this is why I can tell you with such a firm that we didn't have no 6-point star.
No, we didn't.
Huh?
We didn't have no sign of sun.
We didn't have no 6-point star. No 6-point star was in Israel. Okay? The Star of David was inherited through tradition. They call it the Star of David. I said the Star of David was inherited through tradition, which is an inherited pattern of thought. An inherited pattern of thought, which means this tradition was passed down. Did we do the studying and the, what you call that? The research on that name? REMPHAN. Do your research. REMPHAN is another name for Saturn. I said REMPHAN is another name for Saturn, and the 6-point star is its symbol. Okay?
That's true. 6-point star is Saturn.
This false god, REMPHAN, Israelites learned during being captives in Egypt. They learned about these things in Egyptian culture long before King David.
Way before David.
And Amos, it says, Marduk and Raphan are two symbolic deities associated with the Star of David. The idolatry practiced by the Israelites when they worshipped the golden calf at Mount Sinai through sacrificial offerings in the wilderness led them to the worship of the star, to the star god. I almost said the stars of your gods.
So those gods, all those gods have stars that represent them.
Moloch. I don't like mentioning their names. The god of the Ammonites. The Israelites offered their own children as a sacrifice, which was the child being baptized. See, that the baptism back in those days was done with fire, where you would take your child and throw him in the fire. Now today, the baptized is done with water. Talking about the water is holy. When you don't have an altar to make that water holy. You need an altar to have holy water. I say you need an altar to have holy water. It said most powerful symbol used in witchcraft. The 5-point star. The 6-point star. The 5-point star and the 6-point star was used in witchcraft. This is why if you decide to buy Converses, you cut the star out. I don't buy it at all. You know why? Because the star and that 5-point star makes the Converse a dedicated thing. I don't buy nothing with stars on it and then take it off. It's already dedicated. I don't want nothing with no 6-point star. It's a dedicated thing. I don't want nothing with a Nike symbol. It's a dedicated thing. We don't wear Yeezys. Israelites still putting on Yeezys. I said Israelites are still wearing Yeezys when Kanye West said that he dedicated Yeezys for JC. These are people that you don't pray for. You won't pray for Kanye West, and Kanye West prayed to the man on the cross.
That's his God.
The 5-point star upside is the head of a demon called Bath. If you know what I mean by the Bath, interlocking two triangles representing two union. The male and the female Masonics are also used by this symbol. The 6-point star has 6 points. The Muslims pray to a cube, the Kaaba, called the Kaaba, which the cube also has 6 sides and 6 faces. Did we know that? That Kaaba also represents the 6-point star, which has 6 sides. Even before the Middle Ages, the pentagram / the hexagram was established in Judaism and Islam as a talismanic symbol. I need you to look up these words that I'm mentioning. Talismanic symbol of protection against evil spirits. It was used in witchcraft.
Those are lucky charms.
Okay?
Good luck charms.
Yeah.
Baal Zebub. You know what Zebub means? The Lord of the Fly. A fly god.
Insects.
These people had the god of a fly. Is one of the 7 demonic princes of the underworld. You hear that, man?
Nasty insect.
It's Baal Zebub is one of the princes of the underworld. One of the 7 demonic princes of the underworld. And all the demons of the underworld was united and controlled through the 6-point star.
That's right.
Hindus and Buddhists also use this symbol. Yep. They call it Sat. S-A-T, K-O-N-A. Look up that word too. If you think I'm joking, do your research. S-A-T, K-O-N-A, which represents the masculine and the feminine. Satkona is the oldest spiritual demonic symbol known to the world. God said we didn't deal with symbols and emblems, man. And this is why I stay away from symbols and emblems. All symbols and emblems, stay out of my house. You got a 6-point star, that 6-point star got to stay outside.
Yeah, that's a hexagram, man.
5-point stars outside.
That's right.
I don't need none of that stuff in my house.
Don't take it lightly.
But we take it lightly. And things are game. And this is why we can't reach a certain height with God. This is why we can't excel with God. Because we are accepting things that God is against.
Certain things are called demons.
Tom Sheet.
lest you corrupt yourselves and make you a graven image, the similitude of any figure, the likeness of male or female.
The likeness, zakar, means the likeness of male or female. No, not zakar. What is that word? Tamnit. Tamnit. Okay, means a likeness of male or female. Read.
The likeness of any beast that is on the earth. The likeness of any winged fowl that flieth in the air. The likeness of any thing that creepeth on the ground. The likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth. Unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, and when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the hosts of heaven, shouldest be driven to worship them and serve them.
Unless what? Read that over. Unless thou what?
Thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven.
Unto heaven.
And when thou seest the sun
and when thou seest the sun and the moon
and the stars.
And do we know that all religion stems from astrology?
That's right.
Stems from sun worship?
That's right.
You see, we need to realize something. Today, we have people that challenge God. We are people that challenge God.
Right.
Yeah, we challenge God, man. We're very bodacious with God. And it started in the beginning of times during the building of the Tower of Babel. In other words, Babylon. Cradle of civilization. Where everything started at. Babylonia. That's where Abraham from. Abraham was one man out of Ur of the Chaldeans, which was in Babylon, and that was the only man that believed God and turned towards God. And that was the only man that God saw fit to deal with. You think God is dealing with all Israel? Oh, I'm an Israelite. Oh, God dealing with you. No, it takes a certain requirements. It takes certain ways and certain habits and certain dealings and how you live for God to deal with you. And if God is dealing with one person, you don't think that God will separate that one person from one that he don't accept? He's going to put a separation. He's going to separate you, man. Because this is my dude right here. This is my man. This guy follows me. Holy. I don't need you to be walking with him. Y'all not the same. We're not the same.
We don't agree.
We don't agree. Babylon, which means confusion. Confusion by mixing. I said confusion by mixing. You don't see why these people are confused? You know who confused you? You. I ain't confusing you. You confusing yourself, because I'm going to go into so many books, but the books that I'm going into is leading you completely away from what God said.
What are you looking for?
The books that I study with has to coincide with what this says. And if it don't coincide with what God said, leave those books alone.
It's garbage.
It's garbage. This seed that challenged God was planted thousands of years ago. Nimrod was full of pride. I said Nimrod was a man that was full of pride and a desire to unify the people with the will to deify God, to defy God. Nimrod profaned himself and defiled himself through sexual rituals. You see how you defile yourself and you profane yourself? By doing ungodly sexual rituals, by doing sexual acts that we ain't got no business doing. See, you know what a sodomite is? A sodomite, a Qadesh or a Qadesha. Sodomites are ones that have sex, coitus. Coitus. You know what's coitus? Coitus is done naturally, the way God said. A man go into a woman and you get pregnant. That's coitus. Non-coitus is anything other than that. You can't get pregnant like that. God commanded man to replenish the earth and multiply.
No Oral-B toothpaste.
No.
Toothbrush.
It says through sexual rituals and became a mighty one against God. The pagan custom of Nimrod is in every religion, which is an Anglo-Saxon word called regalo or regaletto, to hold you back from the truth. Regalato, religion, means regalato. Religion is an Anglo-Saxon word called regalato, and it was put here to hold you back.
The whole world.
The whole world follows religion.
World back.
Okay? To hold you back from the truth. Babylon is the birthplace of all religions.
Yes.
Everything began in Babylon.
The mother of all abominations.
Mother of all abominations, Babylon. In defiance and rebellion against God. After the death of Nimrod, who was reincarnated. Sounds familiar?
Reincarnation.
I said, after the death of Nimrod, who was reincarnated through his mother.
That story.
Through his mother, and had a child, Tammuz, who Semiramis married. And they ruled Babylon at a certain period of time. Semiramis took on the attributes of Nimrod, who was a vicious tyrant, a ruler. Christmas, pagan origin, originated from Nimrod long before JC. Nimrod defied God by establishing humanity first, organized rebellion against God's authority. After the death of Nimrod, Semiramis claimed that an evergreen tree miraculously grew over the night from a dead stump, symbolizing the rebirth of Nimrod as a god. And every year on December 25th, the anniversary of his birth, gifts were placed underneath this tree in his honor. This was the spirit of revelry, indulgence, and even blood sacrifices, practices that predates Christianity by centuries. The Yule log symbolizes the death of Nimrod, while the Christmas tree represents his resurrection as the sun god. Christianity spreads. The Roman Empire tried to convert and merge these pagan celebrations with Christian symbolism called Christmas. So when these people has gathered themselves at Babel, the Tower of Babel, and God has confused their language. God confused in each and every one of these people language to where I can't understand you and you can't understand me. So therefore, it causes a split. But when they split it, they took sun worship with them. Only thing in common they had was sun worship. That's why every religion stems from sun worship. That's right. Saturnalia, which is a Roman winter festival filled with feasting and gift giving, became the foundation of this pagan holiday. December 25th is the return of the sun, was rebranded as the birth of Christ. Okay? An early Christian named Tertullian condemns the adoption of pagan practices, compromising their faith for the sake of popularity. The doctrine of Trinity was first introduced by Tertullian in early theology at the end of the 2nd century. Tom sheet.
Even all the hosts of heaven should be driven to worship them.
Should be driven to worship them. The word driven to worship them is nadak. Nadak means impelled. Nadak also means to seduce. Impelled means to drive, to force, or to urge someone to do something into action. You hear this, man? There's a force. There's something that urged you and pushed you. You know what I'm saying? When people do something, you say, man, what made you do it? What made you go and do this? I said it's an urge and a strong influence that pushed me into doing this. This wasn't me.
You would have normally done.
This wasn't me. This ain't the normal Chief Shama. But there was an urge that pushed me into doing it. Why? Because my hands is filthy before God. And that's what caused this urge to push me. That's where it comes from. To seduce means to persuade someone to do something that they will not usually consider doing by making it difficult to refuse. Huh? Reminds me of Eve. Reminds me the serpent and Eve. The serpent went and he tricked her. He beguiled her. He tricked her and he beguiled her and tricked her into eating that tree of knowledge of good and evil. She's sitting up there conversating with the serpent. Conversating with the serpent. The serpent ain't talking. Yes, he did. The same way the donkey talked. When God opened the mouth of the donkey and the donkey turned around and told Balaam, he said, haven't I served thee all my days? Basically, don't you think something is wrong while I'm moving this way? Why you keep hitting me? So wisdom, he didn't have no wisdom to discern. But God opened his eyes and he seen why the donkey was moving the way he moved. Because the death angel was sitting right in front. And he told him, he said, if that donkey would have kept pushing, the donkey would have lived. But you would have died. I would have killed you. I would have saved. That's right. Tom Sheep.
But the Lord had taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even out of Egypt, to be unto him a people of inheritance.
A people of inheritance.
As ye are this day.
As ye are this day. Read.
Furthermore, the Lord was angry with me for your sakes.
Furthermore, God was angry with me because of you. I said, God was angry with Moses because of Israel, because of the nation. And look, the same God then is the same God now. Where you would be all right and doing everything that you need to be doing. But the people you are around is not right by God. And because the people that you're around is not right with God, he looked at the head and said, you're supposed to have this in line. Huh? God, look, man. Go ahead, read.
Furthermore, the Lord was angry with me for your sakes.
For your sakes.
And swear that I should not go over Jordan. And that I should not go in unto that good land.
Okay, now, we're going to, oh, man. Okay, we're going to go into worship first. The word for worship is tistakaweh. It means worship is an extreme form of love. It's a type of unquestioning devotion to God, which means you don't question what you read. Right. So if I am fully devoted to God, you don't question the book. Right. He said, God was angry with your sakes, for your sakes. So something told me to look up for your sakes. You know what it says? It don't mean for your sakes. God was angry with me because of your words. The word for sake is dabar. It means for your words, for your speech, because of you. And the things that you voiced out of your mouth is why God is angry with me. Ain't that deep, man? Ain't that deep? Tom C.
And swear that I should not go over Jordan. That I should not go in.
And because of that, I can't go over Jordan. I can't even go into the land. I can see it, but I can't go into the land. And he begged God and begged God and begged them and begged them and begged them. Please. God looked at him and said, don't ask me this no more. He said, oh, come up on this mountain and I'm going to show you the land, but you ain't going in. Next thing, Moses turned on the people. He said, man, God, he said, it's because of you guys. He said, you guys going to go over, but I ain't going. I got to die here. He said, I got to die here, man.
Because of you.
Tom Sheep.
And swear that I should not go over Jordan, and that I should not go in unto that good land, that the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance. But I must die in this land.
What verse you at?
22. I must not go over Jordan, but ye shall go over, and possess that good land.
Uh-huh.
Take heed unto yourselves.
Take heed unto yourselves.
Lest ye forget the covenant of the Lord
your
your God.
Agreement that you got with God.
Which he made with you. And make you a graven image. For the likeness of anything. As the Lord thy God hath forbidden thee. For the Lord thy God is a consuming
He's
fire.
a consuming fire.
Even a jealous God.
Even a jealous God.
When thou shalt beget children and children's children, and you shall have remained long in the land, and shall corrupt yourselves, and make a graven image, or the likeness of anything, and shall do evil in the sight of the Lord thy God to provoke him to anger. To provoke him to anger.
You know what it means to provoke? Deliberately make God angry by presumptuous iniquity. Deliberately, you can say things to make God angry. Deliberately, you can do things to make God angry. And if you can make God angry, you can make a man angry by saying the wrong thing, by doing the wrong thing. Go ahead.
I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day, that ye shall soon utterly perish from off the land, whereunto ye go over Jordan to possess it. Ye shall not prolong your days upon it, but shall utterly be destroyed. Verse 27, the Lord shall scatter you among the nations.
And the God shall scatter you among the nations. Read.
You shall be left few in number.
And ye shall be left few in number.
Among the heathen.
Among the heathen.
Whither the Lord shall lead you. And there ye shall serve gods, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see nor hear.
That sounds like a sentence from God. God said, he said, I'm going to scatter you amongst the nations, amongst the heathens, amongst these people. He said, when I scatter you, I'm going to incline you to the worship of idols and deities. You're going to serve gods of wood and stone after I done scattered you all over the place. That was the census of God, man. Tom C.
And the Lord shall scatter you among the nations, and ye shall be left few in number, among the heathen, whither the Lord shall lead you.
So if we're few in number then, what makes you think about now?
That's right. Okay.
What makes you think about now?
That's
Tom C.
And there ye shall serve gods, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see, nor hear, nor eat, nor smell. But if from thence ye shall seek the Lord thy God, thou shalt find him.
While God has scattered us all over the place and inclined our heart to the worship of deities and idols, he said, you're still going to find. If you're seeking God, you're going to find him.
Look at me up, you're going to find him.
Now, let me show you the ways of a person that seeks God.
How you seek what you do when you seek.
God would try your heart. And you see that you have the ability and the capability of serving God, and then he will link this woman with this man so that this man can show you who God is. Because before you met this man, you was doing the law according to your own mindset, which was not according to what God said. Before I met this man, I was doing Shabbat on every day and counting the moon. And the moon was telling me that the Shabbat is on Tuesday.
What?
Oh, then now the Shabbat comes on Wednesday now.
What?
But remember, it was a first day before the sun and the moon. God created. What did God create on the first day? Light.
There was no sun.
And there was no sun and moon. No. So why do we orchestrate the days by the moon?
Moon worshipers.
And you got people.
That's the ways of Babylon.
Then you got people that don't know their right from their left. And then one top book with you.
But you don't know what you do.
But you don't know what you was doing. You wasn't doing it right before you met this person. You don't watch yourself, man.
You thought it went like this.
Well, watch yourself. You're talking to big man. What's wrong with you, man? You was doing Shabbat on Thursday.
Yeah.
Let's read, man.
But if from thence thou shalt seek the Lord thy God, thou shalt find him. If thou seek him
man,
with
that's
all
why
thy
God
heart.
said, yo, remember yourself. Remember where you came from. Damn heathens. I said, don't get too big-headed and your head get blown up. Remember, you was in the church until you met this man, and the man pulled you from that. Now, because he pulled you from that, and you think you know it all, now you want to tell big man what to do, and how what you doing, what you're doing, you're this, and you're this, and you're this, and you're this. Man, watch yourself, man. Stay in your place and recognize. You're students, man. Let's read.
But if from thence thou shalt seek the Lord thy God, thou shalt find him. If thou shalt seek him with all thy heart and with all thy soul.
With all your heart and with all your soul.
When thou art in tribulation.
When thou art in tribulations.
And all these things are come upon thee.
And all these things come upon thee.
Even
all what things? All what things? God gonna put you through it. I said, God gonna put you through tribulations and trials to try your heart. He put you through it to check your heart, to see your choices, to see what you're going to do, how you're going to live, what you're going to choose, what you're going to accept.
And all these things are come upon thee, even in the latter
And all
days.
these things come upon thee. I went outside. I got jumped. I went here. I ended up getting shot at. I went right here. He said, nothing happened to me, but something happened to my loved one. I need to check myself. Why is this happening to me?
There you go. There you go.
King David's house was covered because King David was righteous and godly. I said King David's house was covered because he walked upright with God. And he didn't bring the dissension and the separation in Solomon's days because of King David. King David didn't pray to God and ask God to don't check. No, God said that. And I ain't going to separate it in your time. He said because of the righteousness of your father. There ain't nothing wrong with praying for your house. Because Job did it. Job did it. Job sent up an offering and a sacrifice for his whole house just in case if they cursed God in their heart. But guess what happened now? It came about where his children did not have the same mindset as Job. King David said, my household is not so with thee. They ain't like me. They ain't moving like me. But the only reason why God protected them because King David was upright with God. So God will protect my house if I walk upright with God. All I got to do is walk upright. Whether I pray or not, God gonna cover my house. Nothing happened without the will of God. Something happened to my loved one, I took at me. I checked myself. Why did God allow this to happen to my son or my daughter? That tells me that I need to clean up. I need to get right. Let's read.
When thou art in tribulation, and all these things are come upon thee, even in the latter days, if thou turn to the Lord thy God.
If you turn to God, whatever God put you through, all I got to do is seek God. You say, you know what? I have realized that what God is putting me through, God wants me to reflect and check myself. See, this is what happens.
That's when you realize.
Don't put the blame on nobody.
That's when you recognize.
You know what? This happened because of you. No, it ain't because of me. Don't blame me, Johnny. What did you do in your past that caused this to happen? Not me. Because before you got here, I was walking right with God. I was already on that plane. I was on that plane. I was on that path. You was on that path. Let's read.
If thou turn to the Lord thy God,
but turn to God.
And shall be obedient.
Don't turn halfway. Don't turn when you decide to turn. And when you turn to God, it means to be obedient with God. Obey and obey, obey, obey. Obey. Let's read.
For the Lord thy God is a merciful God.
Okay, that's it, 31. For the Lord thy God is a merciful God. Being merciful or having mercy is one of the attributes, one of the characteristics of God. If you ain't merciful, God won't be merciful with you. If you don't show pity, then God won't show you pity. He said, with the merciful, I'll be merciful with. With the pity, I will show pity. So you want mercy, you got to show mercy. But know who you show mercy to. Show mercy to each other. Show pity and compassion to each other, to your own.
To the ones you say you love.
To the ones you said you love.
That's what you demonstrate and practice that.
That's what you demonstrate and practice that with. Compassion. Mercy is when you bring someone relief. Relief from something unpleasant. Huh? Huh? Compassion is treatment of those in distress. Sometimes I need to let the person talk. Because when the person is talking out of distress. So you can't shut the person down all the time. Especially when it is within one's power to punish or harm. Tom, see?
The Lord thy God is a merciful God.
It's a merciful God.
He will not forsake thee.
He will not forsake thee.
Destroy
Wait a minute. The Hebrew word for forsake is rapha. Rapha means disheartened. Disheartened, cast off. He will not discourage you. Huh? You know who does the discouraging? God does that. That's when God is putting the bridle on your mouth and leading you astray to your own wanting ways. You get turned off. You get turned off. Tom, see?
He will not forsake thee.
He will not forsake thee. To forsake means to abandon. To forsake means to renounce. And when you forsake, you renounce. To renounce means to formally declare one's abandonment. That's why we got to watch our words. I said we must watch our words. Huh? When you formally declare one's abandonment.
I used to do Shabbat.
Huh?
I used to be with those people.
Tom, see.
He will not forsake thee, neither destroy thee, nor forget the covenant of thy fathers which he sware unto them. For acts now of the days that are past.
Acts now for the days that are past. Always go back to the old days. Not now. Because the way it is now is not right.
Correct. It's not right.
The way it is now is incorrect. When you go to a camp, everybody had on robes and garments. Not today. They come in with a t-shirt. You come in with a sweater. This one comes in with a hoodie. This other one comes in with a suit and tie. And then the other brother look at me and say, look at him, man. He clean.
Clean.
You know who's clean? I'm clean.
Facts.
I got on a robe that God accepts.
Yeah.
This is being clean.
Oh, yeah.
Not a suit and tie.
Yeah.
Not a t-shirt. Not a sweater. Go ahead. We need to dress according to dress according to the way God accepts. You know why I can show you where there is an attire that is accepted? Do you remember in the prophecy where Jehu went and said, go get me vestments of Bill? Which means there's a certain attire that comes with Christians. There's a certain attire that comes with Muslims. There's a certain attire that comes with the vestments of Bill. So he said, go get vestments of Bill. There's a certain attire that comes with Israelites. But we think it's a game. Let's read.
But ask now the days that are past, which were before thee.
Ask now the days that will pass, which was before thee. Read.
Since the day that God created man upon the earth.
Since the day that God created man on the earth, that very first day that God created Adam and blew the breath of life in Adam, and he ain't never had to breathe the breath of life in man again because it was transferred through DNA, through the rib. Go ahead.
For ask now the days that are past, which were before thee, since the day that God created man upon the earth. And ask from the one side of heaven unto the other, whether there have been any such thing as this great thing is, or have been heard like it.
What verse you at?
I'm at 33.
Come see.
Did ever people hear the voice of God speaking out of the midst of the fire?
Did ever people hear the voice of God speaking out of the midst of the fire as thou hast and lived? Nobody never heard the voice of God. This was something that never happened. Never happened. And we still couldn't find it within ourselves to fear God and keep his commandments. We still couldn't find it in ourselves to believe God after you're hearing his voice. Go ahead.
Or has God essayed to go and take him a nation from the midst of another nation? By temptations, by signs, and by wonders, and by a war, and by a mighty hand, and by a stretched out arm, and by great terrors, according to all that the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes. Unto thee it was shown.
Unto thee it was shown
that thou mightest know.
That thou mightest know
that the Lord,
that the Lord, he is God.
There is none
else beside him.
Out of heaven he made thee to hear his voice.
Out of heaven you heard his voice.
That he might instruct.
That he might instruct.
And upon earth he showed thee his great might. And thou heardest his words out of the midst of the fire. And because he loved thy fathers, therefore he chose their seed after them, and brought thee out in his sight with his mighty power out of Egypt, to drive out nations from before thee, greater and mightier than thou art, to bring thee in, to give thee their land for an inheritance, as it is this day. Know therefore this day, and consider it in thine heart, that the Lord, he is God,
he is
heaven
God
above, and upon the earth beneath. There is none else.
There is none else. There ain't no other God besides me.
Blessed be his holy name.
He said, I dwell alone. Levado, alone. There is none besides me. He said he is Lord, who reigned ere any creature yet was formed.
Before he formed anything. That's right.
Before any creature was formed, God was there. There was none with him during the creation. There was none to consort with him without beginning, without end. To him belongs strength and dominion.
And he is my God,
my Redeemer liveth, the rock of my travail, the time of distress.
He's my bed and my refuge, the portion of my cup in the day when I call. Into his hand I commit my spirit when I sleep and when I wake. And in my spirit, my body also. The Lord is with me, and I will not fear.
Time sheet.
Thou shalt keep therefore his statutes and his commandments.
Thou shalt keep therefore his what?
His statutes
and
his commandments.
And his commandments.
Which I command thee this day. That it may go well with thee.
That it may go well with thee. That it may go good with you. It's not going well with you because I'm not doing the things that's going to make it go well with me by keeping his laws. So things are going to happen. Go ahead.
And with thy children after thee, that thou mayest prolong thy days upon the earth, which the Lord thy God.
Let's cut that and go to Psalms 50.
Psalms chapter 50.
Psalms 50. This is my father's favorite song. Oh, yeah. Psalms chapter 50. Got it?
Psalms chapter 50.
Time sheet.
The mighty God.
The mighty God.
Even the Lord.
Even the Lord.
Has spoken.
And
called the earth from the rising of the sun.
From the rising of the sun.
Until the going down
until the going down thereof.
Out of Zion.
Out of Zion. The word Zion, it means a parched place.
Parched. Dry.
There's a history behind why it's called that parched place. Go ahead.
The perfection of beauty.
The perfection of beauty.
God has shined.
God has shined.
Our God shall come and shall not keep silence. A fire shall devour before him. And it shall be very tempestuous round about.
He said, a fire shall devour before him, and it shall be tempestuous. The word tempestuous is sa'ar. It means a dread of fear, a turbulent, a storm of fire. Okay? You know what a turbulent is? Like a tornado.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
He shall call to the heavens from above.
He shall call to the heavens from above.
And to the earth.
And to the earth.
That he may judge his people.
That he may judge his people.
Gather my saints together unto me.
Gather my saints unto me.
Those that have made a covenant with me.
So the saints, the godly ones. Godly means godlike. His faithful ones, his saints, are the ones that's going to go into covenant with God. You know what I mean by that? By going into covenant with God, you go into your own agreement. And you make a deal with God. Oh, Lord God, keep me in your way. All right? I will do your law. And I need you, oh Lord, to keep me in the way. And if I fall out, remember my sins. Go in the deal. Go into covenant with God. Because only a certain type of person would go into a covenant or agreement with God. Those are the saints that God is talking about. Some of us are afraid to go into covenant. And we don't want to bind ourselves. We don't want to bind ourselves because we're afraid and we're scared. Go ahead. Now the saints is kasidai. Kasidai means godly. Godly means godlike. Like unto God. Be like God. He said, thou shalt be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy. And the only thing that's going to make you holy is by reading this book. Learning the ways of God. Learning his mindset.
That's right.
He said to be faithful, pious. Pious means towards God. Is having a dutiful spirit of reverence for God with a desire to fulfill obligations. Okay? With a desire to fulfill your obligation. My obligation is towards God. My wife's obligation is towards her husband. That's why the angel, he said, allow your wife to do this. Because if he don't want his wife to do it, he can always say, no, I don't want her doing it. And he going to leave her alone. You know why? Because the laws of God stands. And you're not going to come and direct my wife and order my wife. That's my possession. God don't go back on his laws. You got to go through the husband first. That's how God set it up. We are ruled by God, and the wives are ruled by their husbands.
God give respect to his own laws.
God gives respect to his own laws.
We over here violent.
But we don't rule in tyranny. You know how we rule? We put our foot down with the commandments and the laws of God. That's how you rule. I don't care if you want to go and come and go out the house. I don't care about that. But don't violate the law. Do not do things that's going to violate God's law. Now I got to step in. I don't care what you do, man, because I'm not a tyrant. Go and come. Go ahead. I'll come on. You ain't here. It's okay. But it's a natural reaction. It's a natural reaction. When a man leave the house, he going to go, hey, babe, I'm leaving. Give her a little smooch. And vice versa. When she leave, hey, babe, I'll talk to you later. It's just a natural reaction. But don't violate the laws and the commandments of God. Now I got to step in. Yo, you can't do that. And I have to put my foot down concerning the commandments of God, because God said, I know Abraham will command his house after me. So a man's duty is to command his household after the laws and the commandments and the ways of God. So that's why the chairs are separated. Women don't sit on men's chairs and men don't sit on the women chairs. You got the woman and the men utensils. Time sheet.
And the heavens shall declare his righteousness.
Now hold up. Now, if you are a saint, you know what comes after that? You will begin to set yourself apart automatically. You hear me? That's automatic. You're gonna set yourself apart. Automatically, you will begin to set yourself apart from your own people. You think your own people think and move like you? No. Time sheet.
And the heavens shall declare his righteousness.
Uh-oh.
For God is judge himself. Hear, O my people.
Hear,
I will
O my
speak,
people.
O Israel.
Hear, O my people. So if you're God's people, you're going to hearken. I said, if you're God's people, you're going to hearken. And the only way to hearken is to fulfill shows that you're hearkening.
So when you go against,
you're not God's people.
That's right. Yeah.
So when you go against, you are not God's people.
Yeah.
I said, God's people will hear.
Right.
He said, hear, oh my people, and what? And I will speak. So I ain't speaking to a people or to a person that don't hear and fulfill.
Yeah.
I'm not speaking to you. I'm only speaking to the ones that hearken.
Right. To the attentive ones.
That's right. Read.
O Israel, and I will testify against thee. I am God, even thy God.
I am God, even thy God.
I will not reprove thee for thy sacrifices or thy burnt offerings.
I will not reprove thee for what?
For thy sacrifices.
For your sacrifices.
Or thy burnt offerings.
Or your burnt offerings.
That have been continually before me.
These things were supposed to continually be before God. The burnt offerings, the sacrifices. But at a time in history, there was a time where it stopped. The continual burnt offering stopped. There was no peace offering. There was no sin offering. The temple was what's the word? Was abandoned.
Yeah.
And neglected. Go ahead.
I will not reprove thee for thy sacrifices or thy burnt offerings that have been continually before me. I will take no bullock out of thy house.
I will take no bullock out of your house.
Nor he goats out of thy bowls. For every beast of the forest is mine. And the cattle upon 1,000 hills. I know all the fowls of the mountain.
Yeah, that's big man talk. He said, man, cattle upon 1,000 hills belong to me. I don't need to take your bullock. He said, I know all the birds. I know every last one of them.
Every bird on the planet.
Go ahead.
He said, and the wild beasts of the field are mine.
Uh-huh.
If I were hungry, I would not tell you.
If I was ever hungry, I ain't got to tell you. You would never know if I was hungry because everything belongs to me. And you ain't going to know if I eat.
He said, I will never need you.
That's right.
What does that mean?
That's right.
You need me.
That's right. So we need God. God don't need us. We need God. That's a fact. Tom sheet.
If I were hungry, I would not tell thee, for the world is mine, and the fullness thereof.
Tom sheet.
Will I eat the flesh of
bulls? Will I eat the flesh of bulls?
Or drink the blood?
Or drink the blood of goats?
Offer unto God thanksgiving.
Offer unto God thanksgiving. You know what's the word for thanksgiving? Todah.
Thanks.
Todah means thanks. Todah also means praises. Todah also means confess. To praise means expressing approval or admiration of God. Thanks means kindly or grateful thoughts. See, only a person that is thankful of what God did for them would set up praises to God. It shows that you're thankful. It shows that you're grateful. It comes from an appreciative person. I said it comes from an appreciative person. You could be appreciative with God. And because you are appreciative of God is what caused you to bend your knee and bow and bust in your face to set up those prayers. Because I realized the things that God did for me, I wasn't worthy. I wasn't worthy. I should have been dead. I said, I should have been dead. The logic of the Hebrew is something else, man. I said, the logic of the Hebrew is something else. Go ahead.
Offer unto God thanksgiving and pay thy vows unto the Most High.
And pay thy vows unto God. Read.
And call upon me in the day of trouble.
Call upon me in the day of trouble.
I will deliver thee.
I will deliver thee.
If thou shalt glorify me.
And thou shalt glorify me. Right after I deliver you, you're going to talk about it. How I came in there wondrously and did my thing and delivered you. Tamshi.
But unto the wicked God say, what hast thou to do to declare
but
my
unto
statutes?
The wicked, God saith,
what
hast thou to do to declare the statutes of God?
Or that thou
Now this wicked dude, how do you tell if a person's wicked or evil to go against? It's that easy. When you go against the laws and the commandments of God, you're wicked. And now I got to hear what this person is talking. I don't want to talk with you. Ain't nothing to talk with you about, man. And that's what my father said. He said, I don't want to talk with none of y'all no more, man. He said, why don't you grow your hair? When you grow your hair, then we can talk. Yeah. When you stop doing this, then we can talk. When you stop doing the other, then we can talk. My father took it all the way.
That's a fact.
All the way.
That's a fact.
I said he took it all the way.
Indeed.
He read the book and did exactly what the book said.
Exactly what it said.
This is what it says. This is what we're doing.
I'm cutting corners.
I'm not cutting no corners.
Yeah.
I'm not turning around. I'm not laying down. We're going to do according to what the book says. And that's the only way that we can have the one mind principle. Right. When we follow the book according to what it says in the book. If it don't say it, leave it alone. Because that's what's going to cause a disunity. That's what's going to put the wedge. That's what's going to put the separation. When we don't follow the book for what it says. Sorry, read.
Or that thou shouldest take my covenant in thy mouth. Seeing thou hatest instruction.
Seeing thou hatest instructions. Wait a minute. You know what instructions mean? Instructions means the Hebrew word for instructions is musad. He says, seeing the word musad means being disciplined. Because you hate to be disciplined. Okay? Because you hate to be corrected. Because you hate to be chastened. Huh? He said you despise these. Go ahead. Seeing thou hatest instruction.
Seeing thou hatest instruction and castest my words behind thee.
And you put my word behind me. Read.
When thou sawest a thief, then thou consentest with him.
When you saw a thief, then you consentest with him. Huh? What is the word for consentest? The word for consent means to accept. You hear how deep this is? When you saw a thief, you accepted him. Let's forget about thief. When you saw the adulterer, you accepted him. Right. When you saw the person that eat blood and fat, you accepted him. Right. When you saw people that sin presumptuously and break God's law willingly, you accept them. We can't accept everybody. All I need to do is correct you, and I'm not going to despise you or hate you, but I hate what you do. I hate how you're moving with God. That's what I hate.
And I can't rock with you.
And I can't rock with you. But by all means, I will not allow the sword of the Ammonites to consume you.
Say it again, brother.
Because we serve the same God.
You want to put the heathen on me?
Tamshi.
Then thou consentest with him, and has been partaker with adulterers.
And has been partakers with adulteries. You know what partakers mean? Partakers means a person that joins in an activity or action. A person who indulges to take part in or experience something along with others. You join sides.
Join.
Go ahead, read.
Thou givest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue frameth deceit.
Thou givest thy mouth to evil. You done said things that wasn't right by God. You done voiced certain things that wasn't right, period. And that's how you give your mouth to evil. Go ahead.
And thy tongue frameth deceit.
And your tongue frameth deceit. Notice the word for frame. The word for frame in the Hebrew is zamir. Your tongue covers deceit. You ain't saying the truth.
Right.
You're not voicing the truth.
Right.
You're not saying what really happened.
Right.
I'm holding back information so that you don't get condemned. I'm holding back the truth. Go ahead.
Thou sittest and speakest against thy brother.
Thou sittest and speakest against thy brother.
Uh-oh.
Huh? And when a person sit and speak against thy brother, you're saying things or voicing things that's not right.
Yes.
It's against him. We got to realize that when Hophni and Phinehas did what they did, Eli heard the report, but the report was true.
Yeah, what was true?
The report, what they were saying was true.
They weren't being slandered.
See, you know when we speak against your own brothers, when you're voicing things and what you're saying is not right. What you're saying is not right.
It's not true.
Right? It's not true. He said, thou slanderest thine own mother's son. You know what slanderous means? The Hebrew word for slander is dofi. It don't mean slander. Dofi means to blemish. It means to fault. It's an evil report. To blemish or fault your own mother's son, which means there's certain things that I need to keep myself. There's certain things that I know about you that I need to keep in myself that's going to cause a blemish on you. Why? Because your shame is my shame. And my shame is supposed to be your shame.
Right.
So certain things is not for people to know that's about my own brother or about me. We got to keep that to ourselves. And when strangers and when people is around, certain things you keep your mouth shut about. Because guess what? Me and you is brothers. And I can't reveal your fault and your blemish, and you shouldn't reveal my fault and my blemish among strangers.
That's correct.
That's what that means. He said your blemish and fault, your own mother's son.
Yeah.
If I feel away, I need to pull you aside and don't let Johnny hear it. Don't get emotional, because most of the time when I reveal your fault or your blemish, I'm emotional. I'm in an emotional state. I'm disregarding what God said. I'm disregarding the laws and the commandments of God, the ways of God. So that's why I do things in an emotional state. Tom, see?
Teach.
These things hast thou done.
These things hast thou done.
And I kept silence.
And I kept silence. I ain't said nothing. A lot of times things is done and people hold their tongue and they stand back. And I don't like what's going on, but I fall back. I'm all the way back. Go ahead.
Thou thoughtest that I was all
And because I held my silence, you thought I agreed with you.
Right.
You thought I was just like you. You thought we was on one accord. What verse you at?
Middle of 21.
Tom, see?
But I will reprove thee and set them in order before thine eyes.
Uh-huh.
Now consider this, ye that forget God.
Ye that forget God.
Lest I tear you in
See,
pieces.
these are the actions of people that forget God.
That's what they do.
I said, this is the things that they do, that we do. Okay, go ahead.
Now consider this, ye that forget God.
Uh-huh.
Lest I tear you in pieces, and there be none to deliver.
Uh-huh.
Whoso offered praise, glorified me.
Whoso offered praises, glorified me. Go to Ecclesiastes chapter 5. Go to Ecclesiastes chapter 5. It said, whoso offered praise, glorified me. It said, and to him that ordereth his conversation aright, will I show the salvation of God. You know what the Hebrew word for that is? When it says to order your conversation right, in the Hebrew, it means Shem. No, not Shem. What it means in the Hebrew. We'll go into it right now. Right. Sam Derek. Sam Derek. It means to direct your ways towards God. Direct your ways, correct your ways towards God's ways.
That's right.
Not your conversation. Speaking about your ways. Ecclesiastes, chapter what? Chapter 5. Tom sheet.
Keep thy foot when thou goest to the house of God.
Oh, he said, keep your foot when you go into the house of God. The house of God is not here. The house of God is not here. It's not in this place. It's not the Maccabees. The house of God is not none of these camps. You know what the house of God was? It was desecrated and destroyed. There is no more. This ain't the house of God. You know why this ain't the house of God? Because we have unclean chairs in here that women sat on. But brothers teach that when a woman sit on an unclean chair, it gets clean when she get clean. But you can't show me that in the book. God said, when I read that, it says, this chair is to her separation. That's why, woman, when you're on your nidata, when you are unclean, you have to be very circumspect and careful about where you sit on and where you lie at. The clothes that you sat on in your uncleanness, don't wear it to Shabbat.
Right.
Put a separation between the clean and the unclean. This is the clothes that I use in my uncleanness. Because if I'm doing the washing, Lord, and I touch your clothes that you sat on in your uncleanness, I become unclean. That's right. Now I gotta go wash before sunset.
That's right. That's law.
That's law.
That's law. Right.
That's laws.
Right. That's what I live.
Those are the laws that we need to start upholding before God to be accepted by God and stop adding on to what God said. Talking about the chair becomes clean. If I bought a new couch and a woman sat on my new couch in her uncleanness, that couch is unclean. That couch got to get up out of here. You mean I got to throw away my new couch? Yeah.
That's the sacrifice.
For the sacrifice of the laws of God, that couch is gone.
That's right. So God, I don't put no couch above thee.
But we read the law and we say that the chair becomes clean when the woman becomes clean. But you can't, I have not yet seen that yet.
They told themselves that.
I ain't seen that yet. Who told you that?
They
yourself.
Told themselves that. So they could keep
you done conjured up your own ideas in your own mind and want people to accept it.
That's correct. That's what's happening.
And because you had like minds, because you had people that think like you, they're going to accept it.
Accept it the same way.
Because they think like you. He said, like spirits attract.
Right.
Birds of a feather flock together. Water seeks its level. If I don't agree with you, I ain't walking with you.
That's right. That's right.
Let's read.
When thou goest to the house of God and be
when thou goest in the house of God
and be more ready to hear than to give the sacrifice of fools.
Why you run your mouth so much? Why do we talk so much? You're never going to learn if you don't shut up. You must be quiet and learn to absorb information so that you can learn, because we don't know it all. We don't know it all. But when you always want the floor and want to be heard, you ain't going to never learn, because you're always running your mouth. You're always running your mouth. Okay, the question. What if there's a cushion or like a covering on that chair? Wouldn't only they become unclean and not the chair? No. She's still sitting on the chair. The cushion is not floating.
This is the cushion.
If I remove the chair, and sit on the cushion, I'm going to fall.
That's right.
Whatever you sit on, whatever the woman sit on is unclean. This pad is unclean. The chair is unclean. Everything that is under her is unclean.
That is correct.
Put the cushion
You
on the
can't
chair.
put the cushion there and just sit on the chair and think the uncleanness doesn't transfer through.
It doesn't protect it.
Whatever you sit on is unclean.
If you put the cushion on the chair and she sit on the chair with the cushion, remove the chair and leave the cushion and see if she's still levitating.
So whatever she sits on is unclean.
Still sitting in the chair.
When you read it, it said whatsoever is under her, whatever she sitteth upon.
Whatever she sits on.
Isn't that what it says in Leviticus 15? It said whatever she sitteth upon is unclean.
Or layeth upon.
Or lay upon is unclean. The sheets that you laid on is unclean. The blankets, the covers that you laid on is unclean. The bed is unclean. Everything you sit and lay on is unclean.
That's right. That's why I'm going trains and touch them.
That's why I'm sitting.
Sit on the chair.
In public places.
Yeah.
That's
So therefore, you have to watch what you sit on and what you lie on.
That's correct. Yeah.
But people, again, people has taught
otherwise
that you ain't got to throw out the chair.
Some say you ain't got to do that.
The chair becomes clean after a certain time. So I'm asking people online, family online, and family here. I need you guys to find me in the book where God said and showed us where when the chair that a woman sat on becomes unclean. It ain't there.
I'm not going to believe it.
It ain't there. Once a woman sit on the chair becomes unclean.
It shall be hers for her separation. It's hers there. That's what she needs.
Time sheet.
To the house of God and be more ready to hear than to give the sacrifice of fools, for they consider not that they do evil.
They consider not that they doing evil. We don't never consider that we're in a bad situation with God. We don't never consider the fact that's to say, well, yo, man,
maybe I was wrong.
Maybe I was wrong.
Maybe I was wrong on that part. Maybe I could.
We don't never consider that.
We
never consider that to say, well, man, you know what? Maybe this happened because I started it. If I wouldn't have did this, then none of this would have transpired. Do we ever think about that?
No.
Huh? Go ahead, read.
Be not rash with thy mouth, and let not thine heart be hasty to
No, so a woman becomes clean. You know when the woman becomes clean from her nidata, from her uncleanness? 7 days. Her menstrual cycle consists of 7 days. If she bleeds 5 days and stop, she got 2 more days to go. So, okay? So let's say she bleed 5 days. She stopped on the 6th day. The 7th day, she bleed again. Stop counting. Don't count no more. You count. The next time you count is when the 8th day you check. The 9th day when you check. If there's no blood, then you count another 7 days. You got to stop counting. A woman becomes clean when she go through the 7-day cycle of her uncleanness. Okay? Now she's clean. And then after her uncleanness, God said that you have to bring up an offering. We can't bring up no offering, so therefore it's best to send up a prayer, a confession prayer before God. Because this is also iniquity and sin that is bestowed upon her through her uncleanness, because she can't send up no offering. She can't bring no offering to the priest to relinquish and make atonement for this. That didn't happen. The menstrual cycle of woman didn't happen until iniquity.
Okay.
Until Eve ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Now the cycle begins. Now you go into administration. Now you start bleeding. Now this happened. Now that happened. We threw everything off. Chemical imbalance in the body. Everything went off. Time sheet.
Let not thine heart be hasty to utter anything before God, for God is in heaven, and thou upon earth. Therefore, let thy words be few.
Wait, where verse you at? Wait a minute.
Verse 2.
Read that verse. So go back to verse 1, man. Go back to verse a heavy chapter, man. Go ahead. Read verse 1 over. Ecclesiastes chapter 5. Let's read it.
Keep thy foot when thou goest to the house of God.
Keep thy foot when thou goest in the house of God.
And be more ready to hear.
And be more ready to hear than to give the sacrifice of fools. For they consider not that they do evil. We never consider of our own wickedness. We never consider the fact that maybe I may be right. We never consider the fact and say, well, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have did that. Yeah. Maybe I need to be quiet. Mm-hmm. But the feeling of pride is what keep me running my mouth. Yeah. That's why you keep running your mouth. Mm-hmm. Because you don't have the spirit of humility. You don't have the spirit of discretion to tell you when to shut up. Tom C.
For a dream cometh through the multitude of business.
But wait, verse 2. Be not rash.
Oh, yeah, right. Be not rash with thy mouth, and let not thine heart be hasty.
Okay, wait right there now. He said, okay, now, he said, for they consider not that they do evil. The word for consider is yada. It means they know, to be mindful and deliberate in one's actions when entering the house of God. Be mindful of the things you do when you're going into the house of God. There is no house of God now. But be mindful when you're going to serve God. You're going to a congregation to congregate. Watch your actions. Watch your ways. Watch how you talk. Watch your behavior, because a bad name sticks with you. A bad name sticks with you. And if that's what people know you as, it sticks with you. So to be rash with your mouth, it means what? Rash means lack of careful consideration of the possible consequences of what you said. So if you're careful and you have consideration of the possible consequences of what you said, then that what you said, you didn't have to say that. Everybody know I'm going through this situation. Why you gotta say certain things? Why you gotta say that? Why? You didn't have to mention that. That ain't got nothing with the situation on hand. But you know what? We are very rash with our mouths. Oh, we're very spiteful. That also shows you your ways and how dirty ways you are. Because you get emotional and you get angry at you. I get angry at you and I start saying and voicing things that I shouldn't voice. I say things and voice things to get under your skin.
Yeah, it's true. That's us.
That's us. No, guess what? It ain't me.
Me neither, bro.
Not me. I don't even. No, right. That's in general. You're right. No, but listen, if we are interacting on the debate and I become angry with you or you become angry with me, it's not for you to mention nothing to get under my skin. And it's not for me to mention nothing to get under your skin.
But we keep it on the subject.
We keep it on the subject.
Even though I'm mad at you.
Even though I'm angry with you. Even though I'm angry with you. I'm not going to mention nothing that go on in your house. Because we family. And I know what goes on in your house. And you know what goes on in mine. And I'm not going to throw it in your face. When we want to learn the ways of God, that is the ways of God. That's one of the ways of God. That's one of the ways of these godly men, to not be rash with your mouth. And in that alone is iniquity. You know we sin by God, we doing that? Huh? I said, do we know that we sin by God doing these things? But we think we don't. And we don't got it all. Sure. We don't got it all, man. We got to read this book and pray God open your eyes to it and show you.
There you go.
Because according to the level
that you are with God will go according to what God showed you. So what God shows this person, he don't show that person because we on different levels. We're not on the same level, man. Let's read.
And let not thine heart be hasty to utter anything before God.
Yeah. Don't be so quick to run your mouth. Don't be so quick to talk. Huh? Go ahead.
For God is in heaven.
For God is in heaven.
And thou upon earth.
And thou upon earth.
Therefore, let thy words be few.
Therefore, don't talk too much. Let your words be few. Because in one of those trials that you keep running your mouth, you're going to mess around and say the wrong thing. Now you got God angry at you. Because you done messed up and said the wrong thing out your mouth. Tom sheet.
Verse 3. For a dream coming through the multitude of business.
For a dream coming through the multitude of business. I like dreaming. Because it puts you in a different state when you're sleeping. When you dream, you're deeper into the sleep. You're in a real deep sleep.
Dream, sleep state.
Man, go ahead.
And a fool's voice is known by a multitude of words.
A fool's voice is known by the things that he say out of his mouth. The multitude of words that you said out of your mouth. Now I can determine whether you're a fool or not. Tom sheet.
When thou vowest a vow unto God, defer not to pay it.
When you vow a vow to God, don't back up on your vow. And a vow is a promise or anything that you said out of your mouth that you need to keep. That you need to keep and hold on to and keep that. Why? Because you voiced it and you said it. So therefore, we got to keep those words. Can't go back. Can't go back. Go ahead.
For he hath no pleasure in fools. Pay that which thou hast vowed. Better is it that thou shouldest not vow than thou shouldest vow and not pay. Suffer not thy mouth to cause thy flesh to sin.
It says, suffer not your mouth to cause your flesh to sin before God. That's deep, man. That's deep. This is how the flesh, this is how we mess up. This is how we violate. And this is how we end up in sin. Go ahead, read.
Neither say before the angel that it was an error. Wherefore should God...
Wherefore what? Go ahead.
Wherefore should God be angry at thy voice?
Wherefore should God be angry at your voice?
And destroy the work of thy hand.
Destroy the work, whatever you put your hand to, God destroys it. I said, God will destroy it because he's angry at your voice. So whatever you put your hand to, it's going to be of no avail. Go ahead.
For in the multitude of dreams and many words, there are also diverse vanities. But fear thou God.
All these dreams, don't worry about these dreams that you're having because it's all vain. Out of all these dreams that you're dreaming, make sure you fear God.
Fear God.
Disregard those dreams. Fear God. Tom sheet.
If thou seest the oppression of the poor.
If thou seest the oppression of the poor. You know what oppression is? The word oppression is ashok. It means extortion and oppression. Now, what is oppression? Cruel, unjust treatment and control. I said cruel treatment, cruel, unjust treatment, and control. An unjust treatment, an unjust control. The only thing, like I said, there is a control that is not right by God. There is a control that God says is oppression. The only control that God said is not oppression is when you are controlling the matter according to the standards of God. Okay? Now your desire is towards your husband.
Desire.
So if God say your desire is towards your husband, you ain't gonna leave me out. You ain't gonna never leave me out.
Forget about me.
You ain't gonna never forget about me. You gonna always make sure everything is correct and right. Huh? That's why we didn't have to teach the woman certain things. They was taught that by their mothers. And sometimes now, today, the mothers that's teaching the daughters are not wives. So the daughters don't know how to be wives.
That's what's happening today.
And that's what's happening today. So the woman that you're marrying, you have to be taught how to be a wife. You have to be taught and shown the things that you like and you shouldn't do. Don't do this. Make sure that.
That's hard. They're not used to that.
The men got to be taught how to be husbands.
You know how to run it.
Yeah.
Some men can't.
I said the man needs to be taught how to be husbands.
Some men cannot command their household.
How to be lords.
That's right.
Tom She.
If thou seest the oppression of the poor and violent perverting of judgment and justice.
Wait. Oppression of the poor and violent
perverting of judgment. And justice.
Huh? Now in the Hebrew, it don't say perverting. It says violence of judgment. You know what's violence of judgment? Violence of judgment is when someone has done something against the laws of God, there's a judgment that comes with it. But I change the judgment, or the judgment doesn't go through. It don't happen. Nothing happened. If you take it and we sweep it under the rug. Go ahead. Violence, perverting of judgment. And justice.
In a province, marvel not at the matter.
He said there's nothing to marvel at. When you hear certain things that's ungodly, you don't marvel at it.
Right.
You don't laugh at it. You don't joke at it. Look at it, man, you crazy. You crazy. You know what comes after? You don't know. You know what comes after that? Yo, man, you violated, man. You shouldn't have did that because according to the law, blah. The law says this, and this. You wrong. And you fool, you over there laughing at it like it's a joke.
Yes.
You gotta watch what we laugh at, man, and what we joke around with. Because it ain't godly, man, what we laughing and joking around with. There's an order. There's an order, man, that God set. But you know what's the problem? We have our own orders. We have our own set of orders, disregarding the order of God, and that's why everything is out of whack. Everything is off. King David could have smacked the hell out of Shimei.
He could have did what he wanted to.
He could have did what he wanted to do.
He could have got him killed.
But he said he left it up to God.
Yeah.
Which means what? You being the head. You being the head. I'm still not going to just jump up and put my hands on you.
It's not all the time.
No.
That's not the answer all the time.
That's not the answer all the time. You know what the answer is? The answer is when God says stripes, that's where the stripes come in at.
That's right.
If there's no violation for what this person is doing or saying, then what you could do is throw them out. So don't come back. But by no means would I raise up and put my hands on on one of my parishioners that's in the camp.
There are a lot of judgments.
Why? Because King David ain't do it. See, we got to teach the ways and the customs of God, man. And we got to follow it to the letter. We put our hands on people, but then we don't want the person to put their hands on us. God said an eye for an eye, hand for a hand, tooth for tooth, stripe for stripe. One brother did that. I said, man, now what happened now if he want to hit you? Are you going to sit down there and let him hit you?
See how godly you really are.
Let's see how godly you really is, brother. Are you going to sit down here and make me hit you? No, right? So why you hit me, man? Why you put your hands on me? Why did you smack me and punch me in my face? But I can't smack you and punch you in your face. And then we say, oh, I'm an officer. You being an officer don't give you the right to do that. You being the king or leader don't give you the right to do that. King David never did it.
Say it again.
I said King David never did it. But we following our own ways and not the ways that we read in this book. We doing our own thing. And because we do our own thing, that's what's going to cause a dissension. You know what a dissension is? A separation, a division amongst ourselves. Because we're not following the standards of God. We are following our own rules. And guess what? I want you to accept it. I said, I want you to accept it. We got a problem, man. A bad problem. Let's read.
For he that is higher than the highest regarded, there be higher than they.
For he that what?
For he that is higher than
the highest regarded it. And there be higher than they. Go ahead.
Moreover, the prophet of the earth is for all. The king himself is served by the field.
The king is served by the field. Tom Sheep.
He that loveth silver shall not be satisfied.
He that loveth silver shall not be satisfied with silver.
Nor he that loveth abundance with increase.
Nor he that loveth abundance will increase.
This is also
vanity.
When goods increase, they are increased that eat them. And what good is there to the owners thereof, saving the beholding of them with their eyes? The sleep of a laboring man is sweet.
The sleep of a laboring man is sweet. Yes. When a man works and putting those hours in on that job, and when he finally get home and hit that bed, when he fall asleep, he don't want to wake up.
Sweet.
It's sweet. Go ahead.
Whether he eat little or much, but the abundance of the rich will not suffer him to sleep.
Because of what he got, the amount that he has is not going to allow him to sleep.
There is a sore evil which I have seen under the sun, namely riches kept for the owners thereof to their hurt.
He said there is a sore evil. There is a sore evil. Which I have seen under the sun, namely riches, kept for the owners thereof, but to their own hurt. I done kept it and hoarded it for my own. Go ahead.
But those riches perish by evil travail. And he begetted a son, and there is nothing in his hand. As he came forth of his mother's womb, naked shall he return.
As he came out of your mother's womb, naked shall he return to go as he came. And shall take nothing of his labor, which he may carry away in his hand. So the way you go, you'll die in the same way. The way you came, you're going to die the same way. You're not going back to God with nothing. Go ahead.
And this is also a sore evil, that in all points as he came, so shall he go. And what profit hath he that hath labored for the wind? All his days also he eateth in darkness, and he hath much sorrow and wrath with his sickness. Behold, that which I have seen, it is good and comely for one to eat and to drink, and to enjoy the good of all his labor, that he take it under the sun.
Okay, let's cut that. Let's cut that, and let's go to Joshua. No, as a matter of fact, let's hold that. Let's go to Proverbs 12. Go to Proverbs chapter 12.
Proverbs chapter 12.
Yeah. Got it?
Proverbs chapter 12.
Proverbs chapter 12.
Whoso loveth instruction, loveth knowledge.
Whoso loveth instructions, loveth knowledge. The Hebrew word for instructions is musad, and that only means discipline, correction, or chastening. It also means direction and order. Whoso loveth direction, whoso loveth order, loveth knowledge. Go ahead, read.
But he that hated reproof is brutish.
But he that hated reproof, he that hate and despise to be reproved, he that hate and despise to be corrected is brutish. So what does brutish mean? And this is how you can tell if a person is brutish, he despised the instructions. He despised being corrected. Right? Ba'ad means what? An unrefined person, ill-mannered, a rude or insensitive person. An insensitive person is a person feeling no concern for others' feelings. So therefore, because I don't have no concern for other people's feelings and how they're going to feel, I'm not going to mention certain things. I'm not going to voice certain things. I'm not going to move in a certain manner. Go ahead.
A good man obtaineth favor of the Lord.
A good man acquires. That's what obtain. Yapik. Acquires favor of God. You know what's the word for favor? Razon. A good man will be accepted of God. A good man acquires acceptance from God. That's deep, man. So now we know how to be accepted of God. To acquire favor. To acquire acceptance, to get acceptance of God, you got to be good. You got to be good. According to what God said is good. Tom Sheet.
A good man obtaineth favor of the Lord, but a man of wicked devices will be condemned.
The man of wicked or crafty devices will condemn him. A man of crafty devices is wicked. The word for condemn is rash. A man that deals with crafty devices, he's wicked.
He condemns a good man.
He's wicked. See, this book shows you who you are. I said this book is a mirror to all those that is taking heed to themselves. Go ahead, read.
A man shall not be established by wickedness.
A man will not be established by wickedness. A man will not be firm by wickedness.
But the root of the righteous shall not be moved.
But the root of the righteous shall not be moved, shall not waver. I said the root of the righteous shall not waver. You know what it means to waver? To shift and fluctuate back and forth in your opinion, in your will, in your determination. You're in and out with God. Tom C.
A virtuous woman is a crown to her husband.
A virtuous woman is a crown to her husband. And we read last night the qualities of a virtuous woman. If who is listening. But she
that maketh ashamed is as rottenness in his bones.
That's right. Read.
The thoughts of the righteous are right. But
the thoughts of the righteous is right. Sometimes our thoughts are not right. You know what that means? You're not righteous yet. I said the book done gave you the description of a righteous man. And when you are righteous, your thoughts is correct and just with God. Your thoughts that comes to your mind is accepted of God. So who's righteous now? I know I'm not, because everything that comes to my mind is not right. And we got to be truthful with ourselves and recognize the fact that every thought that comes to your head ain't right. So you're not in that righteous realm yet. Right. The righteous thoughts is always will be correct by God. Read that over.
The thoughts of the righteous are right.
The thoughts of the righteous are just. I said the thoughts of the righteous are just. Go ahead.
But the counsels of the wicked are deceit.
But the counsel of the wicked are deceit. Tamshi.
The words of the wicked are to lie in wait for blood. But the mouth of the upright shall deliver them. The wicked are overthrown.
The wicked are overthrown.
And are not.
Dude, the wicked are overthrown and are not. You know what that means? The actions of ungodly people, you do have consequences. There's consequences to your unrighteous deals, unrighteous actions.
And are not. But the house of the righteous shall stand. A man shall be commended according to his wisdom.
A man shall be commended according to his wisdom. Go ahead.
But he that is of a perverse heart shall be despised.
But he that is of a perverse heart shall be despised. You know what a perverse heart is? A perverse heart is driven by selfish motives. Selfish motives is one caring only for oneself, their own interest, their own benefit. If it's not, if it ain't about me, if it ain't about my interests, if it don't benefit me, that's all I care about. Those are selfish motives. And when you have selfish motives, it describes a person with a perverse mindset. Those are the people with perverse mindset or perverse heart. Tamshi.
He that is despised and hath a servant is better than he that honoreth himself and lacketh bread.
A
righteous man regardeth the life of his beast.
A righteous man regarded the life of his beasts.
But the tender mercies of the wicked are cruel.
The tender mercies of the wicked are cruel.
Still cruel.
When you look up the word for cruel, it means cruel and pernicious. So we're going to look up the definition of what cruel is. What it means to be cruel. What it means to be pernicious. Cruel is woefully causing pain, willfully causing suffering to others, feeling no concerns about it.
Being spiteful.
Being spiteful. You said this to be spiteful. You did this to be spiteful. This is why when I say you're cruel, it's because you said something to be spiteful to get under that person's skin. You can't voice those things. Now you see your ways. Now you see your dirty ways.
I'm going to throw it in the air.
Don't throw it in the air. Don't throw it in the air.
I know you're
and
gonna
don't say it for the person to catch it.
I know what you want.
Because you know what's going on, but you said it for the person to catch
They
it.
call that arrow.
You don't do that, man. Pernicious is a person that implies irreparable harm done through evil. You know, sometimes we do things and say things that there's nothing that you can do to repair that. There's nothing you can do or say to make that good. This is why we got to watch our actions and our doings and our sayings. Tom C.
A righteous man regardeth the life of his beast, but the tender mercies of the wicked are cruel. He that tilleth his land shall be satisfied with bread.
He that tilleth his land shall be satisfied with bread. You damn right. You go to work, you gonna eat. If you don't go to work, you're not gonna eat. Go ahead.
But he that followeth vain persons is void of understanding.
Oh my goodness. It said he that followeth vain persons is void of understanding. This is why we got to get rid of vanity. We got to get rid of vanity. You say you follow a vain person, you're void of understanding. Anytime or most of the time when I read it, it says void of understanding, it means kasada lem. It means that you lack of heart. He that followeth after vain persons don't have a heart. So according to who you rock with will tell me what kind of heart you have. Ain't that deep, man? That's fire. Hey, I said that's fire.
That's right.
That's fire.
That's right.
Huh? According to who you walk with, tell me who that person is or who you is. Tom C.
The wicked desire it, the net of evil men.
The wicked desire it, the net of evil men. That's how you can tell who's wicked from who ain't wicked. You start desiring evil to happen to this person. Yeah, God gonna curse me. Won't you be quiet, man? You keep it up, God gonna curse you too.
You want it so bad to happen.
You keep it up, God gonna curse you too. So watch yourself, man. Go ahead, Tom C.
But the root of the righteous yielded fruit.
But the root of the righteous yielded fruit, Tom C.
The wicked is snared by the transgression of his lips.
The wicked is snared. The wicked done trapped himself because of what he said. He done said the wrong thing, and now he done trapped himself. But the just shall come out of trouble. Tom C.
A man shall be satisfied with good by the fruit of his mouth. And the recompense of a man's hands shall be rendered unto him. The way of a fool is right in his own eyes.
The way of a fool is right in his own eyes. He's right in his own eyes. He can't be corrected. He don't want to hear nothing. He's right in his own eyes.
But he that hearkeneth unto counsel is wise.
Wise. Go ahead.
A fool's wrath is presently known.
A fool's wrath is presently known. But a prudent man covereth shame. What is a prudent man? What does it mean to be prudent? The word prudent is arum. It means prudent. It means to be discreet. To be discreet means to have discretion. And when you're prudent, it means to govern and discipline oneself by the use of reasoning. It also means to be cautious. It also means to be careful in the way that you make decisions to avoid unnecessary risk. It said, he that speaketh truth, showeth forth righteousness. By me speaking the truth, it shows righteousness to speak the truth. All right? He said, but a false witness is crafty. There is that speaketh like the piercings of a sword, but the tongue of the wise is health. The lips of truth shall be established forever, but a lying tongue is but for a moment. Deceit is in the heart of them that imagine evil. There go another key. There go another key. I said, there goes another key. It says deceit. How do I know if I'm deceitful? A deceitful person imagines evil. I said, a deceitful person imagines evil. It said what? He said, but to the counselors of peace is joy. The word for counselors is ya'at. He said, which means advise. Peaceful advice is joy. I said, peaceful advice brings joy. You can't go and get ungodly advice. That's not going to bring no joy. That's going to be stress. That's going to bring aggravation. It's going to bring distress. It's going to cause me to get in trouble. You got to watch who you get advice and who you get counseled by. He said, there shall no evil happen to the just. So when evil happens to you, that should tell you one thing, that I ain't just yet. Now don't get it misconstrued between evil happening and God's and the Creator putting you through certain trials and tribulations to try you. You got to be able to tell the difference between evil and the trials and tribulations that God will put you through to strengthen you and try you, okay, to try your heart. There shall no evil happen to the just, right? But the wicked shall be filled with mischief. I'm always in trouble. I'm always in mischief. I'm always in something. Lying lips are an abomination to God. But they that deal truly are his delight. A prudent man concealeth knowledge. I said a prudent man will conceal certain things. Right? Now, to conceal knowledge means everything should not be voiced. I don't have to voice and mention everything. I ain't got to mention everything. Certain things need to be held back. Certain things you need to muffle. Certain things don't need to be voiced and said. But the heart of the fools proclaimeth foolishness, speaks foolishness. The hand of the diligent. Who is the diligent? What does that word diligent mean? A diligent person shows care and conscientiousness. A diligent person is firm in their decision to serve God. That's a diligent person. Right? The hand of the diligent shall bear rule, but the slothful shall be under tribute. The slothful shall be taxed. That's what it means. Heaviness in the heart of man, making it stoop. What do you mean by heaviness? The word for heaviness is that they are God. It means heaviness, worry, care, concern, sadness, regrets. Heaviness in the heart of man, making him stoop, makes him bow down because he's stressed out and he's aggravated, he's concerned, he's worried. So he's always in a worried state, in a concerned state of mind. But a good word making it glad. A good word would cause that man to pick his head up, all by a good word. So when a person is in that state, is in that heaviness state, I can't come and pour more heaviness upon them. I always got to consider the fact, that right now is not the time to reveal this information to him. Look at the state of mind he's in. Look at the state of mind that she's in. Let's hold off. Let's wait to a later time. And that's wisdom. That's wisdom. Verse 26.
The righteous is more excellent than his neighbor.
Ooh, the righteous is more excellent than his neighbor. Wait a minute. So I said, let's seek out and let's look up the definition of excellent in the Hebrew. And the word for excellent is yatir. He said the righteous is more excellent to his neighbor. The word yatir, it means to seek out his neighbor. The righteous will seek out his neighbor. If I am truly your neighbor, why haven't you called me and sought me out? Which means if I truly look at you as a neighbor, I will call you and you will call me. I will check. We check for each other. I make sure you're good. I make sure you're okay. I make sure you don't need nothing. And vice versa. And vice versa. But these are righteous acts. Let's go over this again. It says, I'm going to read it in the Hebrew. The righteous will seek out his neighbor. So those also shows who are righteous. Who seeks who out? You go 2 weeks, a month without hearing from me. And I go 2 weeks, a month without hearing from you. So we both in the same boat. These are not the ways of a righteous man. It's my duty to seek you out. And it's your duty to seek me out. And only the righteous does these things. All right? Come see. But the way of the wicked.
But the way of the wicked seduceth them.
But the way of the wicked seduceth them. The word for seduce is ta'ah. It means to err, to wander, to go astray. The way of the wicked will cause you to go astray. Tom sheep.
The slothful man roasted not that which he took in hunting.
The slothful and the lazy man, he's cooking,
but he ain't hunted.
hunted. Somebody else went out and did the work.
He ain't put in no work.
He ain't put in no work, but he over there grilling. He's on the grill, grilling meat, grilling things that he ain't go out and put the work in. Tom, see?
But the substance of a diligent man is precious.
But the substance of a diligent man is valuable. Go ahead.
In the way of righteousness is life, and in the pathway thereof there is no death.
Go to Joshua 24. In the way of righteousness,
Right.
I said, in the way of righteousness, there's life. Huh? And the only way we're going to learn the ways of righteousness is by reading this book. I just showed you one way of the righteous, where a righteous man seeks out his neighbor. A righteous man will check on his neighbor. Huh? Tom Sheep, Joshua chapter 24.
And Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem, and called for the elders of Israel, and for their heads, and for their judges, and for their officers, and they presented themselves before God. And Joshua said unto all the people, thus saith the Lord God of your fathers.
Go ahead.
Your fathers dwelt on the other side of the flood.
Your fathers dwelt on the other side of the flood, and God only saw fit to reveal himself to one. Go ahead.
In old time, even Terah, the
Even
father
Terah,
of Abraham, and the father of Nahor,
the father of Nahor,
as they served other gods.
and they served other gods.
And I took your father Abraham from the other side of the flood, and led him throughout all the land of Canaan, and
I took your
multiplied.
father Abraham from the other side of the flood because that was the only one that was able to serve me. That was the only one that was the faithfulness and the belief that Abraham had in him. That was the only man that had it to where God was able to turn towards one man. Go ahead.
And led him throughout all the land of Canaan.
And led him throughout all the land of Canaan. Joshua 24. Chapter 24, verse what?
Verse
2.
4.
Verse 4.
Verse 3.
Verse 3. So now it says, and they served other gods. The word for serving other gods is akare. Akare, how do you serve other gods? To serve other gods is akare. It means to go after. So when I looked up going after, how do you go after other gods? It means subsequent to. Subsequent to means to have the same view. You view this situation the same way Lucille views it. To attend, to have the same views of. To resemble means to look at, to look like, to be on one accord with, or conformity.
Match.
You know what conformity means? Conformity means to adapt oneself to standards or customs, to be in agreement with form, manners, or character. So what a form? Your form has to do with your fashion. Your manners has to do with your custom. And your character has to do with the way you think. Tells me your character. Those are your settled habits, becomes your character. Your settled habits becomes your character. To resemble means to be the same or to be like, to be similar to be like, or when you're like someone, you are agreeable with. You feel, what you like. Watch who you like. Because whatever you like is what you feel attraction towards or pleasure in. So we have to watch what we are attracted to. Why? Because God is not attracted to this. So when you agree, you are in one accord as an opinion, feeling, or purpose.
Can't be attracted to that wicked woman.
That's right. Tom Sheep.
And multiplied his seed, and gave him Isaac. Verse 4. And I gave unto Isaac Jacob and Esau.
And I gave unto
Esau Mount Seir.
Mount Seir.
To possess it. But Jacob and his children went down into Egypt. I sent Moses also and Aaron, and I plagued Egypt according to that which I did among them. And afterward I brought you out. And I brought your fathers out of Egypt. And he came unto the sea. And the Egyptians pursued after your fathers with chariots and horsemen unto the Red Sea. When they cried unto the Lord, he put darkness between you and the
Running
Egyptians.
it down. You're running everything down that what took place. Go ahead.
And brought the sea upon them and covered them. And your eyes have seen what I have done in Egypt. And ye dwelt in the wilderness a long season. And I brought you into the land of the Amorites, which dwelt on the other side of Jordan.
The land of the Amorites, which dwelt where?
On the other side of Jordan.
On the other side of Jordan.
And they fought with you. And I gave them into your hand, that you might possess their land. And I destroyed them from before you.
Now, Amorites were descendants of Canaan. I said the Amorites were descendants of Canaan, who was cursed by Noah because of his father, Ham, seeing his father's nakedness while he was in the tent uncovered. Why do we teach the people that when Ham walked into Noah's tent, he saw his wife nakedness? The book ain't say that. The book stated that Noah was in his tent uncovered, and Ham walked into his tent and saw his father's nakedness. Leave it there. Why do we like to add on and take away from what we read? I didn't read nowhere where his wife was present. So why do we mention this and tell people that when Ham saw his father's nakedness, he saw his wife's nakedness? Why? This is why we can't come together. Because we teach things that's not in the book. We say things and we teach the people things that is not here. We don't read it here. So why do we do this? Why? Go ahead, Tamshi.
And I gave them into your hand that you might possess their land, and I destroyed them from before you.
Okay, cut that. Cut that. I'm gonna go into one verse and I'm gonna shut it down. He said, now therefore, fear the Lord and serve him in sincerity and in truth, and put away the gods of which your fathers served on the other side of the flood and in Egypt, and serve ye the Lord only. Sincerity means imperfection. Be sincere. I said be truthful and be sincere in your actions, your character, all right, and in your utterance, the things that you say. So if you are serving God truthfully, you will begin to accept and believe. Now, when you're putting away these idol gods, put away these idols, put away the mentality. Don't think like that, right? You have to have interest in the Creator so you can start putting effort in serving Him. You know what effort is? Effort is a determined attempt. How much work you put into something. How much work do you put into serving God? And with that, I already got what was bought, and I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom again, and I'll call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mika Ben Level. Anybody have any questions? You can ask it now, so it can be answered. Huh? What's the other? How the Nephilims make it to the other side of the flood? How did the Nephilims make it to the other side of the flood?
How did the Nephilim make it?
Remember when God flooded the earth? How did they still exist?
They're there.
No, you had the gene. The gene of the Nephilims still came.
Okay, this is a question.
Yeah. You had the gene. The gene of the Nephilim came still in half.
You can't. The Nephilim, the fallen ones, or the angels that came down to earth, went into the woman. Right? You got it?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly what I say you got it. So you go ahead.
All right, okay. Come on. Blessed be the name of the Lord, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. There is none holy as the Lord, but there is none beside thee. Neither is there any rock like our God. Talk no more exceeding proudly. Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth. The Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed. The bows of the mighty men are broken, and they that stumbled are girded with strength. They that were full have hired themselves out for bread, and they that were hungry cease, so that the barren hath borne 7, and she that hath many children is waxed feeble. The Lord killeth and maketh alive. He bringeth down to the grave and bring it up. The Lord maketh poor and maketh rich. He bringeth low and lifteth up. He raiseth up the poor out of the dust and lifted up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes, and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he has set the world upon them. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness. For by strength shall no man prevail. The adversaries of the Lord shall be broken to pieces. Out of heaven shall he thunder upon them. The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth, and he shall give strength unto his king, and exalt the horn of his anointed. Shemon. Please repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which hath brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no God before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that is in the heaven above,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
or that is in the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me,
unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and show mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain,
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Shabbat day,
Remember the Shabbat day,
to keep it holy.
to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor,
6 days shalt thou labor,
and do all thy work.
and do all thy work.
But the 7th day is the Shabbat of the Lord thy God.
But the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work,
thou shalt not do any work,
thou,
thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy
nor
daughter,
thy manservant,
nor thy
nor thy
manservant,
maidservant,
nor thy
nor
maidservant,
thy cattle,
nor thy
nor
cattle,
thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that's within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
the sea,
and all that in the midst,
and all that in the midst,
and rested the 7th day.
and rested the 7th day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbors.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his
nor
maidservant,
his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
nor his ass,
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
You may be seated. And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountains smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his spirit may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off. And Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall you make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone. But if thou lift up thy tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shall I go up by steps into mine altar that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom
We're going to first stop in 2 Samuel chapter 10.
2 Samuel chapter 10.
Before we start, I was going to say something. Your heart only craves what you feed it.
That's right.
You control what your heart craves for. You control what your brain thinks about. In other words, if a thought comes to my head, something that is not godly, I am supposed to recognize that. It's not supposed to be a problem. I'm supposed to recognize that within myself and eject that thought. When I eject that thought, you know what I do? I don't entertain it. In my head, I said, no, I ain't doing that. And I stop the action of carrying out my thoughts, that evil thoughts. So your heart can only crave and want what you have been feeding it. What you've been feeding it so far up until now, your whole life up until now, that's what it wants. This, what you're doing right now, is new. This is why we say read every day. This is why we say keep it in your heart, keep it in your head. Certain things that you will do that will keep these commandments and statutes and judgments in your heart, in your thoughts, in your heart. Because we constantly sin. Period. There is no good. I do good and bad. It's either you do one or the other. You can't be both. Okay? So you only get, your heart is only going to want what you feed it. If you feed it righteousness, it's going to want more righteousness. If you feed it pornography, you're going to want more pornography.
That's right.
If you feed it cartoons, the kid is going to want to watch more cartoons. You understand the heart now?
Right.
Whatever you feed your heart, that's what it wants more. It doesn't matter. The heart don't care if it's right or wrong. So that's up to you now to control that. Okay, so where we going now? 2 Samuel chapter 10. Time sheet.
And it came to pass after this, that the king of the children of Ammon died, and Hanun his son reigned in his stead.
Hanun his son reigned in his stead. The king of the Amorites died. The king of the Amorites was a friend of David's. This guy was a friend of David. He showed kindness to David. When David's son was going to war with him for the kingship, this Ammonite king was kind to David. Okay? Look at that. Your own son going against you, but this strange Ammonite dude has more respect for you than your son, your own son. Y'all got to watch it, how y'all dealing with your fathers and your mothers. Whatever you do, God ain't accepting it.
That's right.
You can't serve God, you can't honor God if you don't honor your parents.
That's right.
You didn't know God.
That's right.
You learned about God through them.
That's right.
The only one you knew at that moment, you didn't even know your father. All you knew was your mother.
That's it.
Because she is equipped to take care of the babies. That's why on the Shabbat, you got to leave the woman alone with the babies. What she do is work. You can't do it, Daddy. You can't do it, Abba. You cannot do it, baby daddy, because it is work for you. It's not work for her. That's why in Exodus 20, it says right here, I'm going to read it for you right now. But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it, thou, it's talking to the man. Thou is you, the man that run the house. Thou shalt not do any work. Thou. He skipped the woman. He skipped her. He skipped his wife. How he had a son and a daughter and all of this. He didn't do it by himself. But he skipped her. Why he skipped her? Because the work that the mother has to do for the child, for the baby, okay, she's a God skipped her with that because of that work. She don't go to work and take care of babies. She don't go and babysit your baby. She can't take care of your baby today. She can only take care of her babies. Me as the father, I can't clean. Oh wow, he got a little. You know when the zoa, the feces come up the back. We all know that. All those parents, we know that they make a mess. Sometimes it leak through and get down their leg. You might have to go put water on them. The woman does that. The mother is the only one that do that. Okay? When anybody else does these things, it is violation. That's why during the break, when the kids say, oh, come here, they want us to pick them up. They used to, hey, come here, baby. We don't pick them up on that day. Because you'll pick them up, I'm carrying the child around. If I pick the child up from right here, boom, and I walk over there, I carry the child. I cannot carry nothing in my arms, hands, head, and back on the Shabbat day. Yeah. You got man purses, but men wear man purses now. So we got to really look now. Because they be sliding in with the man purses. They be having it around here like it's the one, like the woman, like my Ima carry her purse. So my Ima say, hey, wait a minute. Hold my purse for me. And I take it and I hold it in my hand. I don't take it and go like this to put it around me. So when you got bags like that, men got bags like that now. So on the Shabbat, we got to watch people coming through these doors. Because they strapping it. Being slick. Because they don't respect God's laws on the Shabbat.
Don't carry book bags no day out the week.
They don't carry, only on Shabbat.
Only on Shabbat you want to carry.
That's the day you want to be studious. Why only on Shabbat you want to be studious? You don't do none of this during the week. You don't make no time. You right, brother? I don't never see you with a book bag. Now you want to be in the book bag today. You right, man.
The biggest book bag of all. You want to carry it today. Get out of here, man. That's the people that died in the book.
Our books are book used. That's why we buy new ones and put them up, and we put them on this digitally because they get used. Okay? You got brothers that don't have books that's used. They only use it on Shabbat. That's why you only see them with book bags and stuff. You're not supposed to be carrying nothing on Shabbat at all. But because everybody does the law their way, that's why we got to watch everybody when they come here. Because you do the law different. We do the law how we say. You got consequences changed and you this and that. There's a whole bunch of different stuff. You are distorting yourself and confusing yourself.
My own standards.
Your own standards. Think of that word standard. The only standard that I respect, the only standard I recognize, the only standard that matters is these standards. It's the laws, commandments, statutes, and judgments and ways of the Most High God that He wants us to follow. That's the only standard. That's the only standard that will make everything correct. If all Israel go by this one standard, we will be saying the same thing. If all Israel go by this one standard, we will look the same. If all Israel go by this one standard, I can eat from you and you can eat from me. I can't eat from every Israelite. Israelites eat with the blood and the fat.
That's right.
Plain and simple. Let's keep it a buck.
I don't eat from
all Israelites do not eat clean. Check that one out. We can all agree to that. Yes, all Israelites can agree that all Israelites do not eat clean.
That's right.
Because we got a diet. And everybody don't stick to that diet.
That's right. So
don't bring your food here. And I don't want nothing from you. And don't give my child none of that either.
That's right.
You can hate me all you want. But there is a separation. Man. We both serve God, but I serve God more. So there will be a separation. Not eating nothing from you.
You can't eat oxtails, man.
Tail. Think about it. It's tail. The cat. You see that cat? You see those dogs? It's the same tail. You eating the tail. It ain't nothing but fats. And you know what? The things that God say for you not to eat cost a lot. They cost a lot.
$15 for a small plate.
Fish eggs, caviar, seafood. What was he just say? Oxtail. It's another one. It's another dish. Seafood. All those seafood, all that stuff. I noticed it costs money in the restaurant. All that stuff costs money. Lobster, a whole lobster dinner costs 100 and something. It's unclean, but this is the pride. This is what God feeds the proud. This is what He feeds the proud with. Oh yeah, I just spent a whole meal, lobster meal. Yeah, we spent 200 on this meal. Hey, that steak in there. Okay, that's where your pride is in there. In iniquity.
Wagyu.
Huh?
Wagyu.
Wagyu.
Most expensive steak.
Wagyu. That's the name of it. Because you want to be like the heathen so much. You want the same prestige. You know what prestige means? How people estimate and value you. How people look at you. They say, hey, man, no, man. He look at you higher. Right? You want to be looked with some type of prestige among them. You want to be counted among them. Yeah, St. Juniors. I'm not going to no Juniors and ordering nothing.
Cheesecake.
I don't want nothing out of that place. There is nothing there for me. So we're gonna meet up somewhere else. Why we gotta meet in a restaurant? Why everybody? Hey man, yo, meet me out here. Yo, I don't eat out of that place, man. Meet me in the park. Or why you can't come to my crib? Or why I can't come to your crib? Why y'all gotta watch these things, man? Tell she.
Then said David, I will show kindness unto Kanun, the son of Not.
This is what the whole world does this.
As
you lose a loved one. You lose a loved one. There are people who are going to come to show what we call condolences. This is also, as you can see, this is what David is doing. He didn't go himself. I didn't go, but I sent you and you. Y'all represent me.
Right.
But guess what? When you come, look, I don't like you. But I got to put that to the side because you're not here of your own. You're here because that man sent you. Right. And I'm good with him. So I bypass all of that and treat you as if you was the man that sent you.
Right. That's right.
That's how I'm supposed to treat the messenger.
That's right.
We don't treat messengers good. Yo, Ima said she wants you. Oh man, you start asking me questions. I said, brother, I don't know. No, go see what she wants. I'm using what they say. You understand what I'm saying? Tell she.
Then said David, I will show kindness unto Kanun, the son of Nakash, as his father showed kindness unto me.
His father showed kindness. Listen.
Righteousness.
Listen. He's talking about a heathen. We're not supposed to follow them, be around them, but there are going to be heathens that respect you. You. And will lay their life down for you. That's this type. That's this dude here. And if I lay my life down for you, then my treatment for you is gonna be kind. You're gonna know it. So that's how he was with David. He was one of the ones that when David was leaving off him, he didn't want to fight his son Absalom. He knew he could beat him, but he didn't want to fight him, and he knew what was happening with Absalom was because of the sin that he committed. He didn't want to kill the boy. Okay? All right, I'm going to move out. Come on, y'all, move out. Everybody's going to leave. And there were people who gave donations to David. Food, pots, pans, basins, all types of things. This king that died was one of them. And this is the same king before David, because this king here is older than David. So before David got on the scene, when Saul was king, this is the same king that told the men of Jabesh Gilead, I want the right eye of everybody. This is the same king that said, I want the right eye of everybody. Later on, he became cool with David. Ain't that something? Through David, he became a friend of Israel. But before David, he was an enemy. This same guy. So people can't change. And the reason why he ain't cool with you is because he's a better man than you. The heathen could see that. The heathen could see that. Because now he's cool with David. And he died. So David sent this man his condolences. And he said, I will show kindness unto Hanun, the son of Nahash, as his father showed kindness to me.
That's right.
My son can't tell me who I can be friends with and can't be friends with. I tell him who to be friends with. My son can't tell me, hey man, that guy's right, that one. I tell my sons, all right, yo, that beef is done. This beef is on. This is off. This over here, yo, he's good. Boom, boom, boom. The same way my father treated certain people, I'm going to treat them the same way. Nobody gets over, nobody gets taken advantage, but they're going to get treated the same way. Okay? Because David said, he said, yo, man, his father showed kindness to me. How am I going to show wickedness to his son now?
That's right.
I ain't never liked his son. His father was cool, but I don't like his son. Because we have people, the father's cool, but I don't like his son. Or the son is cool, but I don't like his father. Or that brother, those two brothers are cool, but I don't like those other brothers. All that got to stop. Am I right or wrong?
That's right.
It got to stop. What do you mean you don't like? I was not made by God for you to like me. Another man. I was not made for you to like me. God created me to praise and serve him. And we help each other in our personal endeavor serving God. That's what we do. We pull each other coat. We don't get overwhelming on each other. Hey man, look, that's wrong, man. All right, good. You ain't gotta listen. And I keep moving. I'm not gonna stay there now. I'm not gonna belittle myself and argue with students and peons. That's one thing I'm not gonna do. I pronounce the law like a true Levite, and I keep it moving. Because it's not my house. You can only be like that with your house. See, all these things I learned from David. I read a lot about David lately. And it's look. Changing yourself, how you are, how I am, to half of the man David is a lifetime job. Y'all know that, right?
Yeah, that's right.
You're not going to get it when you hit a certain age. You write it out. It goes, you keep doing this until you die. There's no point to reach. No, I reached the point of righteousness. I hit it. No. It don't go like that. You keep doing it until you die.
That's right.
Time sheet.
And David sent to comfort him by the hand of his servant for his father. And David's servants came into the land of the children of Ammon. And the princes of the children of Ammon said unto Hanun their lord.
Now, remember the children, we're not in our land no more. I'm not in my hood no more. I'm not in my territory no more. I'm not home. I'm not in my hometown. We are strangers now in somebody else's town. Okay? But they were regarded highly because of who sent them, which was David. Time sheet.
Thinkest thou that David doth honor thy father?
It says, the princes of the children of Ammon said unto Hanun their lord, you think that David is honoring your father? Because that's what he's doing. By sending comforters. By sending comforters to you, I'm honoring your father, not you. I'm comforting you because that's your dad. But all of this is done because of your father. Your father's the one that set this friendly relationship up with me and him. So now I'm coming to you. But then your people, your princes, your advisors tell you, yo, don't trust him. He's waiting. Now, this is the way of men and the way of the world. They wait until the father died and they try to move in. Okay? Yeah. So what Esau said? Esau said, at the time my father dies, I'm going to kill who? my brother Jacob. But he said, I'm going to wait until my Abba died, my father died. A lot of times after the father dies, the family go crazy. You left the house to them, the first thing that goes is the house. You're supposed to keep that. And here you don't sell the inheritance that your father left you. Right or wrong? Right or wrong? So now, these people today, they tell that off, but then, boom, you ain't get, well, I got all the money. The money it came in a check in my name. But look, me and you are down beneath you. You not getting the percent of your father's inheritance. That's how people are today, man. That's how people are today. Israelites, heathens, everybody does that. The father died, leave something back. Hey, it's mine. It's mine. It's mine. You don't want nobody. Well, wait a minute. He left this for everybody. Why are you hoarding it? That's right. Why are you taking it away? He left this in order for everybody. So I got to show kindness to this guy, man, because he showed kindness to me when my son was running me out. David remembered that. So, but it's always somebody on the outside. Hanun was not thinking like this until they said it. A lot of times, you got the wrong person in your ear. Sometimes it's yourself. That's right. You would tell yourself, hey, Noah did it. You're suspecting Noah, but he didn't do it. But in your head, you made yourself think that he did it. Or I come and put it in your head. Either way, it wasn't there at first. Now, he's looking at David like, oh, yeah, since my father gone, now you want to think you can push up. Because that's what they're telling them. Thinkest thou that David doth honor thy father, that he has sent comforters unto thee? Hath not David rather sent his servants unto thee to search the city and to spy it out and to overthrow it? And we know David's not doing that because we were not commanded to run down on the Moabites and the Amorites and the Edomites that surrounded us. We were ordered to run down and wipe out Canaanites. Okay? The only time we went to war with these people was when they encroached on our territory. That's when we went to war with Moab and Ammon. Okay? And if they knew the history, they would know how David get down. If I'm gonna roll on you, you're gonna see it coming. I'm gonna roll on you. I'm not gonna send these guys with the pretense of deceit, of comforting you. And then we didn't move like that. That's how the Romans and everybody else moved. Oh, it's peace, it's peace, it's peace. And when you open up the gates, they run up in there. They was doing that a lot. The Greeks was doing that a lot in the time of the Maccabees. They come up to the city and present peace, 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 and talk people to people, bring gifts. And when the people open up their gates, they got the soldiers on the side. They roll up in there and kill everybody. That's what they were doing. David didn't get down like that.
Wherefore Hanun took David's servants and shaved off the one half of their beard.
So now, this is what you call humiliation. Mm-hmm. Humiliation. If I had humility about myself, I'm gonna watch what I say and do, because I don't want to humiliate myself. Okay. It said, wherefore Hanun took David's servants, he took them and shaved off the one half, right? Meaning it was whole. So he shaved half of their beard off and left the other half. That was never a style in the earth. Not even amongst the human. You ever seen somebody cut half of their beard and have the other half there? This is straight humiliation. But it also means they had beards. They had beards. That's right. And there's a lot of instances all in Jeremiah. It said the people shaved their beard and covered their heads and lamented. There's another part where it say they did this to their beard. And why those guys got beards and we don't got beards? Well, I have mine. I'm just saying. Call Israel don't have beards. They call it groomed, well groomed. You know who gets groomed? Animals get groomed. A poodle gets groomed, not me. I don't get groomed. Okay? When you get groomed, that means you're taking haircuts, what they call it? Lineups, taper. Oh, I don't know the language that is a language that come with it. It's barbershop language. I don't even know it. Why these guys got beards? Why I call Israel didn't have beards? If they was moving like Israelites today, they wouldn't have a beard to shave off. Let's just come on. Why are these instances that happen in these ancient days with personal men, why is it magnified to us? Why? So we can follow and see, oh, wait, they did have beards. All of them grew their beards. I'm tired of this subject and this topic. Grow your beards. You don't have to. You can do what you want. But don't teach nobody else that you can do it. Admit it. Hey, you know what? Nah, it's in the book. It's in the book. I'm not supposed to cut my beard, but I do it because of this. I know I'm wrong. Say that. And you'll have a chance. Yeah. You'll have a chance because you admitting that you're wrong. Even though you have your own reason why you're doing it, you are admitting that the book say you ain't supposed to do it. You have a chance. You have a little chance and you got a little bit of time. At least you're admitting that you're wrong.
Just don't go back in the barbershop chair.
How can I can't break a law to do a law.
That's right.
So Israelites get haircuts on Fridays and Thursdays to come out with Shabbat. I'm coming out with Shabbat and I break every law. I don't even look like a Shabbat observer on Shabbat. Grow your beards, man. Mm-hmm. Grow your hair. Stop balding yourself. Stay out the barber shop, man.
That's right.
Whenever you read that they shaved off their heads and their beard, they were in heavy mourning. Look, the Moabites came and killed everybody and took stuff and left, and everything's in smoke. God, now our mourning, we rip. We put ashes. Some put doo-doo on their heads, dung, and sit in the corner and cry to God because of what happened. That was the only time. And the only other time is when we get in the consecration of the high priest. That's the only time everything gets shaved. But I don't see it nowhere else where these people regularly shaved their heads and cut their hair. They didn't have bald-head Israelites. The man was being teased by kids because he was losing hair, and they called him bald-head. So to walk around with a bald head and a bald face in Israel back then was shameful. Read, let's see. Time sheet. Verse 4.
Wherefore Hanun took David's servants and shaved off the one half of their beards and cut off the garment in the middle.
In the middle. So now this is my garment. This robe is my garment. So it said they cut it. They cut the garments in the middle. So they take it in the middle. This is the middle of my garment. And that's the waist. That's the waist area, right? He said, even to their buttocks. That's the waist area. Okay? He said, and sent them away. Does that sound like a good thing they did?
No.
Would you like somebody to do that to you?
No.
Look, a person that don't serve God, that has a beard, grab him and shave half his beard off. He's not going to say, oh, man, that's a new style. He's not going to like it. It's humiliating. Okay? That's a bad treatment. Okay? Top sheet.
When they told it unto David, he sent to meet them. Because the men were greatly ashamed.
Now, that means the men didn't go back all the way to David. They went somewhere else and sent somebody with the message to go see David. They didn't want nobody to see them. It's okay, God, I can take this messed up David, cut my garment up. I can get a new one and put a new one on. But now, I ain't going to shave off the other half. Israelites today would shave off the other half. That's how I know. It's because, hey, brother, why you cut your hair? You had locks. Now you bald. What happened? Oh, you know, one side was growing longer than the other side. Let me tell y'all something. Nobody's hair on this planet grows evenly. Nobody. Okay? One leg is always longer than the other. Medically. Okay? We don't know it, but one leg is longer than the other. This is a fact. All beards, no beard grow the same. It's like your fingerprint. Okay? This is how you identify yourself. God said you identify yourself with your beard. So you can't alter it. And to be bald-headed is to serve the God of the Egyptians. Mm-hmm. Everybody looks like their God. Okay? Isaiah said the Lord had locks and he had a beard. And he had a long white robe with a very long train, meaning the back of the robe was very long. That was his description of God. Why we don't want to look like that? We want to look like everything else except that description. I'm going to say it again. Everybody looks like their God, especially back then. Back then, when they cut the sideburns, okay, from here, they had still got a beard, but from here to here, you see all of this, all my hair here, all of this is sideburns. It's a section. They cut the section, or they cut a lock. So you can't, any part of your beard that you touch is a section, a side, a lock, or what? Or curl. He said, when they told it unto David, he sent to meet them because the men were greatly ashamed. I'm not walking around here like that. I didn't do it. They held me down and did that. So now I gotta chill out until my other half grow and catch up with the other half. That's gonna be a minute. They had full beards. It ain't like they came back the next week. They was there for a minute, man. But as long as you don't see me like that, and then everybody else see, they're gonna think, oh, nobody's okay. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna cut mine then. I've been wanting to cut mine anyway. I'm just looking for an excuse. He did it. That's the first thing Israelites do. Look at, well, these days, what's wrong with celebrating Mother's Day? Uh-oh. Because you do other things that's American. Uh-oh. What is that? What that mean? Uh-oh. What that mean? I'm telling you, celebrate what you want because you sin anyway. That's what I'm telling you. Celebrate what you want because you do things anyway against God. So you might as well do it. That's what I'm telling y'all. I'm not going to tell you about no Mother's Day. Y'all don't even know the real origin of Mother's Day. It ain't about your mother and it ain't about your father. Ain't that something? It ain't about nobody's mother and nobody's father. That's what I'm going to tell y'all. I ain't going to say more. You know why? Because you ain't going to listen anyway. Father's Day is coming up and you're waiting to barbecue on that day. God say honor your father and your mother. So you don't need a day to honor them. Do you? You need a day? No. When you got to do this for the whole life? You got to do this for your whole life? If they die before you, you still got to honor what they say when they leave? Yeah, honoring goes even after the father and the mother die, and you keep their commandments and their wishes. So how am I, this day so great, and I'm honoring this day, when I do this every day for my mother? You know, you got people who don't call their mother and father. And first of all, they don't move far away. Why everybody move far away from their parents? Why?
Say it again, bro.
Why does everybody move far away from your mother and your father?
Say it again, bro.
You know why? I'm going to tell you why. Because you're wicked. And you don't want nobody. Those are the two that can tell you yes, no, shut up, don't do it. And you don't want nobody to tell you nothing. That's why you get far away from your parents.
Right. And then when you come in town, you hide the fact that you're in town.
Ooh, boy.
Talk about it, man.
Boy.
No good.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Talk about it, man.
You're avoiding your parents. You neglect them and you abandon them.
Talk about it, man.
Right. Wow.
Abandonment.
So good, man. But then when Mother's Day comes, my mother, hi, mommy, and the video card, and the children.
Talk about it, man.
That's what you get for wanting to be like them.
Talk about it, man.
That Father's Day and Mother's Day crap is crap. God say honor your father and mother. You don't need a day for this.
Yeah, talk about it.
Your life is this. But for you to honor them, you got to be around. For me to honor God's commandments, I got to be living in them. I got to be around. For me to honor whatever I honor, I had to be a part of. I had to be there. How do I know how to honor you? Because look. How do I know what to honor you and I'm not around you to know?
You got to know honor. If you're not around your parents alone, that's dishonor. That's abandonment.
The first thing is me being around them. He said, honor them, right? How can I honor you and I'm not there? If I'm not there, I'm not honoring you. I have to be there.
You got to be here, man. That's big, man.
You have to be here.
That's big.
Other than that, everything else you do don't matter.
That's big. Honor goes very deep, man.
So I told myself, you ain't going nowhere out of town. You ain't going nowhere. You're going to get back home. You're going to stay there. And you're going to struggle and grind. That's your sacrifice. You are not going to have nothing at times, but you are going to stay there close to your parents. That's it. Be available and on call. That's what I told myself. I'm not telling nobody else what to do.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay? Because I know what I have to do according to these commandments.
Yeah.
So I said, man, certain jobs I can't get.
Man, I'll throw my glasses at you, man.
I'm taking it to the heights because I got to make up, man. I got to cover all my bases. So I said, okay, everything I'm doing, I got to take it all the way. And then add on. I'm not adding on nothing now. I got to up everything. So in honoring, I got to be around. I have to be available. I have to be close.
That's right.
When you go, I heard it.
Don't duck your parents, man.
When that phone rang, answer it.
That's right.
If it hasn't rung in a minute, you call.
That's right.
They be needing you.
That's right. Yeah. That's right.
Sometimes I just want to talk to you.
Yeah.
That's right.
I don't want to talk to you, brother. I want to talk to Shama.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, we have to be there for that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Facts.
Stop popping junk
Facts.
about serving God, and you don't even serve your mother.
Yeah, say it again. Say it one more time.
You don't even serve your mom. You don't serve your father. Serving your father's out the window. Everybody do this to their father. I'm better than you. You came from here, but you better than your father.
Yo.
This is why y'all can't do no other commandments correct.
That's right.
This is why you eat the blood and the fat.
That's why you eat
This is why you eat oxtails.
That's why you eat
chicken stew.
That's right.
And all these other things. This is why you celebrate that.
That's right.
This is why you wear that. This is why it's not a problem I got the star on my shirt. And it's not a problem I got the star on my shirt. It doesn't bother me. I got a hexagram or a pentagram on my clothes. It doesn't bother me. And I've been around this for years, and I've been told that this is a demonic symbol, and I still wear it. Why am I still wearing a demonic symbol? Why am I still wearing Nikes?
That's right.
Why am I still wearing Nikes?
That's right.
It's a demonic symbol.
Yeah.
The way I come down on you, I'm supposed to come down on myself.
Come down on myself.
Yeah.
That's right.
300 times harder.
Harder.
And that's what we're not doing. Talk to you.
Yeah.
When they told it unto David, he sent to meet them because the men were greatly ashamed.
I was ashamed. Look, now you got men that cut their own beard. They not ashamed. They say, yeah, we could do it. Yeah, we could do it. I'm in 2 Samuel chapter 10, verse 5. Towards the end of verse 5. That's what they were ashamed of.
Mm-hmm.
They would have got, look, they would have got mocked and laughed at. Oh, look at these guys have their beards. Look at these clowns. What you trying to do? Something new? Kids would have came up and behind them, half a beard, half a beard. Y'all don't think so? Yeah. That's why they didn't go in the city. They went somewhere else where nobody could see them. This is embarrassing to me. But we're messed up because what embarrasses these people don't embarrass you. And what embarrasses you, they're not ashamed of. It tells you in this book what to be ashamed of. It said be ashamed of not following God and his commandments. It said don't be ashamed to represent God and his commandments. That's right. It said be ashamed of that. Be ashamed when you do this wicked thing. Be ashamed of that. But anything of God, not to be ashamed of. So when they was walking around and you was out of order with the commandments, it's a shameful thing. And some of the citizens of Israel, they're going to laugh at you. They mock you. They say, oh, look at this, look at him. Somebody going to say, hey, man, go. There's a guy down there serving another God, man. There's a guy, look, back here, once you do something different, and you don't do what God said to do, you serving another God. That's how they looked at it. Time sheet.
And the king said, tarry at Jericho until your beards be grown.
Stay there.
Then return.
You did the right thing. So just stay there until your beards return, until it grows back. So does that mean now when that statement, until your beards be grown? Does that mean that they were cutting it? Do you think they were cut? Do you think these men were shaving it and cutting their beards? No. From what we just read. No. All right. Common sense, wisdom, intellectual beings. Come on now. Does this what we just read sound like the people commonly? Okay. Okay.
They know that.
Okay. Let's stop playing games, man. We don't have to go into no other language. Yeah, we don't have to look here, look there. It's right. This is enough for you to understand you're not supposed to be cutting your beard. Yeah. Right. They know that. So he says, stay there until your beards be grown. Time sheet.
And when the children of Ammon saw that they stank before David, the children of Ammon sent and hired the Syrians of Beth Rehob and the Syrians of Zobah.
They knew they messed up. They knew they messed up. They stink before David. Because now you humiliated me when you did that to my men. Because if it was me that came, you would have did it to me. Mm-hmm. Okay, me and you getting into an argument. We get mad at each other, right? And I turn around and start kicking stuff. Really, I want to kick you. Yeah, that's right. Talk about it. I go in the kitchen and start slamming things. Really, I want to slam you. Talk about it. I'm going to approach that. Okay? So what's all this noise about? Doing all that for you. So that's how David taking it. Oh, word, y'all did that to my man? Okay, y'all did that to me. Now it's war. And the Ammonites peeped this and said, yo, man, we about to go to war. We're not going to be able to handle this. Is David. Mm-hmm. David's name ring bells. Come on, man. Okay? His name ring bells. We're going to have to get some help. So they went to the Syrians. Now, this is how the Syrians started becoming enemies. After this, you're going to hear about the Syrians now. This is how they started getting into beef with us through somebody else beef. And this is what the heathens do. Mm-hmm. Look, Israelites, you're scared to do it, so you go hire somebody else. Mm-hmm. Don't that sound familiar? Mm-hmm. Balak and Balaam. That's right. I'm scared. I mean, they coming. I know you shoot. You bust your gun. You a shooter, right? Come on, shoot them. Shoot them. I hire you. Shoot them. Yeah, it's real, man. And look what happens. Look what happens. That's how you know God is on your side. They are never going to come straight up. Your enemies never, the enemies of the Lord and the enemies of Israel never come straight up with their sword drawn like Goliath did. Goliath was the only enemy we had that moved like that. And he got his head chopped off for being so bold to defy the armies of the living God. You know who you talking about? We represent the real God. You dead. That's how David took it. You dead. The things that I do and how I live, you would never do. You would never do. And the way you live, I never lived that way. Certain things you eat, I never ate. Boy, you know who you messing with? You serve God here, man. And now, all you got to do is keep yourself correct. And you will see the distortion of your enemies. You will see the confusion, and the stupidity, and you will see they have no hearts. Or you say, oh man, I'm scared. What are these people coming next to me? That's the people that came out of Egypt. Oh, get up and go to war and go after them. That's what Esau did that. Esau said, look, man, get your sword. Let's roll up. Let's roll up and go. We ain't letting them do. They ain't gonna hire no witch doctor.
No.
That was a punk move, man. There's look. You moving uprightly, right? Beware of the ones that are not. That's what you got to look out for.
That's right.
Tamshi.
20,000 footmen, and of King Maacah 1,000 men, and of Ishtob 12,000 men. And when David heard of it, he sent Joab and all the hosts of the mighty men.
Yeah, he said, oh, word? They're boosting up on me? Joab, you know what to do. Joab is the city taker. He's a man that takes cities. You know what it means to take a city? You go to Manhattan with enough men and vehicles, and you run Manhattan. You stand on top of Manhattan right now. I run Wall Street all the way uptown, all the way to the Bronx. That's what these guys were doing.
Yeah.
I'm coming, and wherever the head is at, we coming for you.
That's right.
We running this now.
Right.
But Joab wasn't no regular dude. He a city taker. David said, oh, word? All right, yo, Joab. Joab went out. That man got 10 armor bearers. I never heard of a man that had so many armor bearers. How many weapons can you? He knew how to use a lot of different weapons. He was a man of war. That was his thing. All he had to do was obey the order of David. That's it. That's all he had to do. See how simple we mess ourselves up? Come on, one simple order, you mess up. You messed your life up.
That's right.
You messed your life up. One thing. Saul, all he had to do was what?
Listen, hearken to the
command of God. And what was that? Kill those Amalekites. That's all he had to do. Once he left them alive, his life went spiraling down. One thing after another. He couldn't get right after that. Or he said, can't get right. He couldn't get right with God after that. You get to a certain point, you trying to get right with God, but God said no. So you're not gonna be able to get right with him. That's what can't get right is. When you can't get right with God. Time sheet.
And the children of Ammon came out and put the battle in array at the entering in of the gate. And the Syrians of Zobah and Rehob, Ishtob and Maacah were by themselves in the field. When Joab saw that the front of the battle was against him, before and behind, he chose of all the choice men of Israel.
You know what he did? He said, we're surrounded.
So
what he did was he put the hottest warriors. Where he put them?
Put them in array against the
He
Syrians.
set them up. All right, look. I got 100. Out of everybody, I got really 100 here that really
nice.
It was really nice. So I split them up. 10, you go there, 10 go there, 10 go there. Cause I gotta split you guys up because we're surrounded. That way I got good men on every front of my border. Yo, things like that. Every man cannot go to war and think like that. This is something you have to know. That's why Joab was bad when he was in that field. He looked, he said, oh, we surrounded. He didn't panic. He didn't say, Most High God. He said, okay, look, you, go here. And that's what leaders do. We leaders can, and teachers can take a situation called read the room. And know exactly what's going on. And be able to address the situation accordingly. Okay? And that's how David was. That's how Joab, that's how the men was. And you know what? Oh, wow. Ooh, okay. Another time, I got 12. You got 12. Yo, let the young men play. Let them play. You know what? In Israel, when we play, somebody dies. We play with instruments of war. That's what we play with.
Instruments of cool.
What we call toys will kill you. My toys is weapons to destroy and kill your life. That's what I call toys. Yeah. And that's how they was. So they didn't sit down and play board games, chess. cards, video games, movies, watching the Greeks and how they live. They had a different whole situation look on everything.
I keep my girl Beretta with me.
Okay.
My wifey.
That's wifey there. That's a girlfriend.
Yeah.
That's the girlfriend right there.
Yeah.
Talk shit.
And the rest of the people he delivered into the hand of Abishai, his brother, that he might put them in array against the children of Ammon.
Put them in array, battle array. Abishai, his brother. Asahel died. So it's Joab and Abishai. They still running it. Talk shit.
And he said, if the Syrians be too strong for me, then thou shalt help me. But if the children of Ammon be too strong for thee, then I will come and help thee.
You see the strategy? You hold down your side, I hold down my side. If they're too much for me, you hurry up and come push them back and get back to your position. If it's too much over there, I come over. Listen, man, wisdom came to these people because they did God's commandments. So any situation that came, they had the solution for it.
That's right.
With God, performing God's commandment brings you a intellect that you will be able to use. I will know when to keep my mouth shut. I will know when to say certain things. I will know when and not to do it, how and all these things. Because people say, well, how will I know? Perform God's commandments and it will come to you. I can't tell you nothing else. You got to be in the moment to know.
Right.
Okay? You can't be, well, I'm ready for a situation. I'm waiting for any situation. No, it's not going to ever come like that. It's not going to ever come like that. Okay? But when you performing the commandments and you changing your ways, you say, okay, I'm going to stop being like this. That's your ways. Okay? You say, well, I'm going to stop doing this. That's violation of the commandment. When you say, I'm going to stop being this way, that's my way and how I express myself and how I treat people according to how I think.
Okay.
To how I think. So I said, all right, I'm going to do, first thing I said was, I'm not going to do nothing to nobody I don't want done to myself. That way the accusing finger can't come to me. I can say, hey, brother, nah, you were the one yelling. You were the one cursing. I could have yelled and cursed back, but I didn't. So that everybody could see I'm in my place. You're out of place right now. You're right, but you're out of place. And I had to do it. It took a long time for me to be that way. Because we have things in us which is called pride. Well, I ain't taking that. I ain't got to sit and listen to that. That's pride talking. And I'm thinking it's me. That was pride, man. I said, damn, yo, wow. I'm listening about somebody else, but I saw myself. I said, oh, shoot. You got more pride in you than you think, man. Just don't do nothing to nobody you don't want done to yourself. That stopped a lot of stuff, man. That's right. Yo, look. That stopped a lot of stuff. Personally in my life, that stopped a lot of stuff. That's right. Work. It stopped disputes. It stopped this. It stopped that. It goes somewhere else. Trouble goes somewhere else, somebody else. Wink at ignorance. There you go. This, you know what? I ain't even mad. Because that there is trying to stop me. It's trying to get me off my... Trying to get me mad!
Yeah.
Trying to get me mad. Because when I get upset, I see red. Look. When women get upset, they see red. When the kids get upset, they see red. Get them now. Yeah, God, I'm going to get your people. Now, put that in your head. Put that in your head. Push you to say this. Push you to say that. So our emotions, the adversary messes with our emotions and what we've been feeding our hearts. Whatever you've been feeding your heart, whatever you've been entertaining yourself with, that's what you got in you. Tell sheet.
Be of good courage, and let us play the men for our people. For the seed is of our God, and the Lord do that which seemeth him good. And Joab drew nigh, and the people that were with him, unto the battle against the Syrians, and they fled before him. And when the children of Ammon saw that the Syrians were fled, then fled they also before Abishai, and entered into the city.
Okay, stop that. Go to Leviticus chapter 17. Leviticus chapter 17. Ready? You got it?
Uh-huh.
Roll up.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron and unto his sons, and unto all the children of Israel, and say unto them, This is the thing which the Lord had commanded.
This
saying,
is the thing that the Lord has commanded. This is the matter that God has commanded. He said, all right. He said, what now?
What man soever there be of the house of Israel, that killeth an ox or a lamb.
God really don't care if the rest of the world do this.
Mm-hmm.
He's only concerned with Israel. Okay? He's only looking forward to Israel doing his commandments.
Mm-hmm.
He said, this is the thing which the Lord had commanded, saying, what man soever there be of the house of Israel that kills an ox.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we can eat ox, but not every part of the ox.
Right.
This is where the oxtail part comes in. We can't eat cow foot, oxtail, stomach. What they call it? What's the stomach? Tripe. They call it tripe, right? Tripe.
Yeah.
You can't eat the eyeballs. You can't eat the skin because the skin is also an organ. Pertinence. You know what? They said we don't eat the pertinence. We don't eat the kidneys and the liver. Okay? We don't eat the heart or the brain or the eyeball. We eat the flesh of the animal. That's it. You see how discreet God is with his diet? This is an animal. This animal is clean. I can eat this animal. But there's only certain parts of this animal that I can eat. Mm-hmm. Y'all understand that? Yeah. I can't eat the whole animal. Oh, it's clean. I can eat the foot. No. No.
Talk about it.
They didn't eat feet and tails and noses and eyes. All that is organs and pertinence. The Levites did not do that.
No. Yeah.
Okay? So watch it with the tails, man. You like tails, huh?
No, not any tail. Bro.
All you eat is fat.
Not any tail.
All you eating is fat when you eat oxtails.
Mm-hmm.
You understand that?
That's right.
It's gummy, and the smell that you smell, that's the fat.
That's the fat.
That's what my Abba say. He said, "You smell that smell? It smells." She said, "That smell. That's the smell that make people go in there." He said, "That's the fat. That's not the seasoning. What you smell.
Yeah.
It smells good, and blood tastes good when you eat it. When it's cooked in the flesh." This is why they're not going to stop eating burgers, face.
Yeah.
They're not going to stop with the steaks. They're not. They have to overcome their taste buds. Then they're going to admit that it's true. Because right now, what they taste has taken over. That's how weak Israelites are. You're not supposed to eat no other part of that animal. Only what God tells us what parts. The caul, this, that. What are you eating? And you know what? These are the things. They didn't eat the tail. Look, when the Greeks cook an ox, they didn't eat the tail either. I'm going to teach y'all something. I'm going to teach y'all why the oxtail is a dish. Okay? Because in those islands y'all call Jamaica, in Caribbean islands and West Indian islands, when the slaves were brought there, they didn't get the steaks from the ox and the cows and the bulls. They got intestines, feet, skin. That's why chicharron is so, skin, pig skin, fried pig skin. Yeah. This is why people love the skin. This is why people love chicken. If you tell people to take the skin off the chicken and fry it, they ain't gonna eat chicken no more. You really like the fat and the blood. You really don't like the meat. Yeah. You don't know how to cook? Take the blood and the fat out and cook that flesh right. Playing games, man. You are playing games. They didn't look. The Greeks didn't even eat the tail. The tail, I give this to my slave. Slave. That's why you like those dishes. Those are slave dishes. Okay? Those are slave dishes. Fish stew. Thank you, brother. I watched Israelite brothers. I watched them eat that. the head of the fish is sitting in the middle of the pot. And there's 3 different oils in the water.
They eat it today.
I'm going to disgust you today.
They eat it today.
Maybe that will get you to stop.
Ain't gonna get them to stop.
Because it's disgusting. Anything outside of God's diet is disgusting.
They ain't stopping. They don't care. They ain't gonna stop, brother. It's meant for them to eat it.
Look. I hear heathens be saying, oh, I don't want to hear about that. I don't want to hear about that. So I'm going to keep letting you hear about it. Because you know why? It's disgusting. Certain people say, oh, I eat meat, but I don't want to see it being prepared. I can't stand it. You can't stand the blood. You can't stand seeing the blood. So it don't bother you knowing that it's in the blood. The blood is in there when you're eating it. I'm like, are you stupid?
Yeah.
Like, what's wrong with you? All your senses have not been taken from you. You're being stubborn. You know better. First of all, you know better. You know better. So I don't want to talk to you because you know better. Wow. You don't listen to that guy. Come here, let me talk to you. Let God talk to you. Let me show you. I'm not talking to you because you know already. You know already.
You give yourself away.
And you keep shooting it down.
You give yourself
and you making yourself an enemy of God and me.
That's right.
Go over there.
That's right. Say it again.
Stay there.
God and who?
Me. Yeah. You're making yourself an enemy between God and me. In time, it grows. Okay?
Say it again, brother.
Because you keep shooting down what I uphold. It gets personal now.
Yeah.
I look up to this, what I'm doing here. Yeah. I'm proud of this, man. Yeah. It makes me feel good. Yeah. When I see you and you shooting it down.
Yo. Control my glasses are true, man.
I don't like it.
You neither.
So I know God don't like it. Yeah. Because you're dissembling in the hearts. Stop it, man. Get down with these commandments and stop yourself. These commandments don't have to adapt to us or adapt to you or adapt to me. Yeah. I have to adapt. But I'm stopping myself from adapting.
That's right. Yeah.
By saying this excuse.
Yeah.
Or by saying it don't mean that. Yeah. Or by saying, oh, it don't mean something else in the Hebrew. Yeah. But when we go into Hebrew, it's right and direct. And you still leave it alone. Yeah. Whatso man there be of the house of Israel that killeth an ox or a lamb or a goat in the camp, or that killeth it out of the camp, right? You make it kill now, right? He said, and do what? This is for sacrifice. This is not for you to eat. This is not something that you take to eat into yourself. Okay? Tells you.
And bringing it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation,
to
offer an offering unto the Lord before the tabernacle of the Lord.
So this is a sacrifice. He said, if you have this and you do not bring it to the tabernacle of the congregation, what's going to happen?
Blood shall be imputed unto that man.
You're a murderer.
He has shed blood.
And you didn't even kill a human being. You're a murderer. All these people taking the sacrifice, that's why I be looking, I'll be like, poor goat, poor lamb, I'll be feeling sorry for them. Because they're being dedicated to demons. Mm-hmm. And the Israelites that are doing this are fooling themselves. He said, blood shall be imputed unto that man. So that means you murdered that animal. That's what God said.
That's right.
If you didn't bring it here where I told you to bring it, your sacrifice is only valid unless you bring it to the place that God chose to place his name there. This is where all the sacrifices of God go down at. So you got to bring it here. You can't go and take it nowhere else. Mm-hmm. That's what he's telling them right now. That's what he's telling the children of Israel right now. If you do that, blood is imputed on you. It's the same as if you murdered somebody. You murdered somebody. So all these priests, high priests, whatever, all these Kohanes, all these guys that are sacrificing when Pesach come, when Feast of Weeks come, which is coming up, when Feast of Booths come, and all these sacrifices, you are not serving God. He said, if you don't bring it to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, which doesn't exist today, you're sacrificing the demons, man. You sacrifice the demons, man. That's what it say, man.
You hear lamb.
And then everybody's eating the lamb. No. If I'm somewhere, you bring up the lamb.
I'm out of here.
And they say this is sacrificial lamb.
I'm gonna curse it and then I'm out.
Look. I'm letting it be known. Yo, man.
No.
Look. Most High, I have nothing to do with this. And I'm walking out. I ain't saying nothing to nobody. I'm going to do what Nehemiah did.
Make a declaration.
I'm making a declaration.
Yeah.
That's a situation. I have to make a declaration.
I ain't got nothing to do with this blood.
Me, you, and Abba. Long time ago, remember? We went to somewhere. We went to a place. And it was an Israelite camp. We sitting down there, and the leader got up and said, if you want to come to Jake, y'all know who Jake is, that cross, the dude in the cross. So I'm like, wait a minute, did he just say Jake? We look at each other, he said, come to me. And he held his hand out like he was Jake. And everybody got out. They had tzitzis. They had robes on. These people got up and walked up to the man and bowed down to him, and he blessed them in Juju name. I looked at me and Shama and said, yo, let's go. He didn't have to say nothing.
That's right.
Us getting up and walking out,
That means
that's a statement. Everybody stand up and pledge allegiance to the flag. Me sitting down and not doing it is me not conforming. Okay? We got to watch these things. We have to watch these things. All right? Time sheet.
And that man shall be cut off from among his people.
So now I sacrificed a lamb, calling myself sacrificing a lamb, right? Once I did that, I murdered that lamb. The blood of that lamb is on me. The blood of that lamb has not been accepted by God as a sacrifice. The blood of that lamb has been counted as murder. And that blood is crying out, and it's imputed on me now. He said he had shed blood. He said, and that man shall be cut off from among his people. Now, you know what it is to be cut off from among your people? You're still around them. He ain't going to go wandering in Syria. Well, I'm not around my people no more. God has cut me off. Don't go like that. You cut off right there. Right here. Right here.
Say it again, brother.
You will be cut off right here.
That's right.
Say me teachings.
Right here. Today. Now.
Say it again,
I'm
brother.
shy. Okay, because this guy here, he sacrificed the animal, but not to God. Then that blood was imputed on him. He's counted, that blood is on him like murder blood, right? He said, and once that happened, that man shall be cut off from among his people. It doesn't say kill him. It didn't say he died. It said at that moment that he shed the blood, that he took a sacrifice and is not valid before God. God said, okay, you know what? You cut off. You are going to be cut off from the ones who really serve me. So, when you're trying to tell certain people, expect deniability. Expect denial. Expect rebuttal. Expect disassemble. Expect these things. Okay? Because these people or that person has been cut off from among his people. I'm sitting with you, but I don't get what you getting. The teacher says something, and only this guy got it, or this one guy got it, or that one person out there got it, because everybody else that's here is cut off. Y'all gotta watch that, man. There's a cutoff when you're alive. There's a cutoff when you're dead.
That's right.
Okay? This is the cutoff when you're alive.
That's right.
You're still in Shabbat. You're still there.
That's right.
You know, I serve God, we serve God.
That's
You're
right.
still doing all of that, but you're cut off. Cut off. And you ain't going to know. You will never know. Okay?
That's right.
So just this alone will get you cut off. So there's a lot of people walking around in Israel that have sacrificed oxen, blood, oxen, lambs, goats, and they got cut off among their people, but they still leaders of their people.
Think it's a game.
So yeah, that's why you're going to get people teaching the wrong thing. Time sheet.
to the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices, which they
They
offer in the open field,
Uh-huh.
even that they may bring them unto the Lord.
I don't no. Which they offer in the open field. I don't want them doing that because that's what they're gonna take it and offer it in the open field like everybody else do. See, everything about God is separate. Even how we worship Him is separate. You cannot come here and worship God the way you worship Boo Boo. You used to worship Boo Boo, but now when you come here, that is dead. The only thing that don't die is your motivation. Your motivation was for Boo Boo, but now your motivation is for God. So you keep that motivation and channel it towards here now. That's what we're doing. Remember what I said at the beginning. Your heart is only going to want to crave more of what you feed it. You keep feeding it more and more of this, you're going to start thinking about this more. You're going to start having a longing to do more of this. You're going to believe this when you hear it. Okay? That's your heart. That's because that's what you feed in your heart. So whatever you feed in your heart when you leave out of here till next week, that's who you are. That's what you got in you. Time sheet.
Unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, unto the priest, and offer them for a peace offering unto the Lord.
Peace offerings. Peace offerings, you know what that is? You good now. You make a peace offering, God accepting that, good. Now you good with God. Now the Lord is with you. But you don't know that today. That network has been taken away. That was a network. God built a network just like we got T-Mobile. I can get in contact with you through this phone miles away. I'm miles away from the tabernacle. But if I pray towards this place, like Solomon said, that's the network. Solomon made that up. And God said, you know what? I approve of that. How he approved of it? By accepting the sacrifice. When the fire came down, after Solomon said that, God set fire down and it swallowed up everything. The water that was there dried out. That means I accept what you said, Solomon, for everybody after you. If they're in the land of their enemy's land, it could be 3,000 years later. It could be now. It could be later. He said, oh, they pray towards this land. He said, we're here. In order to look, whether I reject you or approve of you, I have to hear you first. That's the only way I'm going to hear you. But that's not there now. So you got to do that. You got to make your own sacrifices. You ain't got no lamb. So who's the lamb? You. Who's the goat? You. Who's the ox? Me. I sacrifice what I like. And I went further now. I sacrifice what I like. That's not a sin against God. I give that up too.
Yeah.
We're not going to just give up things that God don't like. Stop playing. Give
that
up things that I like. Well, yo, man, it's not against. No, it's not. But you like it. I give it up. God, you see where I'm at? You see where I'm at? I don't even do that no more, and I like it. And you don't have no problem with it. Yeah, but I need to. Right. I don't want to have no room for that in me. Yeah, I need more room for other righteous things in me to serve you. Yeah, let's talk. That's the mindset now. Yeah, let's talk. Give up things I like. That's right. That's right. That is not against God. God said, yeah, you can do it. No, I don't want to do it.
I give up.
To me, it's against God.
I give up my job for Shabbat.
Okay. Oh boy, I would love to see that. I would love to see that. I would love to see that. But all we keep doing is giving up the Shabbat for the job. No. We give the Shabbat up and go to the job. Or we give up the law and then, well, look, I got to cut my beard because of the job, brother. I don't want to talk to you right now. You know better. Right now, yo, bro, I don't want to talk to you right now. I'm ashamed of you. Make them feel disgusted. That's right. Make them feel disgusted. Yeah. Time sheet.
And the priest shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar of the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and burn.
Everybody has different ways how they do things. You have a way you do things, and I have a way to do things, but I get results. You gotta get results, good results. Right. I'm looking for. I do things to get good results.
That's right.
Not for it to go out of hand.
That's right.
Everybody has a different way of doing things. Okay? Time sheet.
And burn the fat for a sweet savior unto the Lord. And they shall no more offer.
And burn what?
The fat for a sweet savior unto the Lord.
Burn the fat, eat the fat.
Burn the fat for a sweet savior unto the Lord.
No, it says eat the fat.
Burn the fat for a sweet savior.
So the fat gets burned. That's why God said, you shall not eat no manner of fat. I don't want you touching that fat. It's not just blood too. It's the fat also.
Yeah.
It's the fat also.
That's right.
They're eating blood and fat. And that is supposed to be burnt for a sweet smell. Right. The smell is savory to God.
A soothing
that
aroma.
Smell stops the Almighty God from being upset when he smells it.
It's a soothing
Ain't
aroma
that something?
calms God.
It calms God down. Do you have a smell that calms you down? No. No. Nothing calms you down. Good words don't calm you down. We're far away from God. God said, I got a smell that will. And they knew it. He told them that. So that they can be cool with God and be close to God and know how to bring his anger, appease his anger. So your God and your parents, you should know how to appease their anger. You should recognize when they're upset.
That's right.
Why we don't recognize when mommy and daddy upset? They don't have to say, I'm upset, I'm mad at you. You're supposed to. You're supposed to peep that. That's why we be like, Ema, you okay? You good? You mad with me, Ema? Don't we do that?
That's why I had to run back in the room yesterday, Ema. I'm sorry.
You gotta make sure.
Not me.
You gotta make sure. None of the word out. I ain't trying to go that route. I'm not trying to go that route. And look. That practice makes what? Perfect. Practice does make perfect. Rehearsal does make perfect.
That's right.
So if I'm practicing honor, when it comes to God and his commandments, I won't have a problem.
That's right.
Honoring will be easier.
That's right.
Time sheet.
And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils.
Unto who?
Unto devils.
That's what you do. You keep messing with those poor lambs and those goats. You are sacrificing unto devils.
That's right.
Okay.
Leave the lambs alone
after because and you know why they're doing this is they're already living the life of what the devil wants them to do. He said they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils, after whom they have gone a whoring. So you've been going a whoring after the devils already anyway. Your life led you to this point. Something in your life led you to sacrificing unto devils. Because you said, after whom they have gone a whoring.
That's right.
This is the reason why you're doing this. Because you're going after the gods of the people that serve those, after the people that serve those other gods. You're following them. Time sheet.
After whom they have gone a whoring, there shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations. And thou shalt say unto them, whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers which sojourn among you, that offer a burnt offering or sacrifice, and bring it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, to offer it unto the Lord, even that man shall be cut off from among his people. And whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, that eateth any manner of blood, I will even set my face against that soul that eateth blood.
When you eat blood in any manner, whether it's straight up blood, whether it's rare in the meat, or well cooked in the meat, okay? Any blood, we call it by proxy. Okay? Back then, they didn't eat blood by proxy. They didn't have things that had ingredients. Okay? So all they had to do when it came to the blood and the fat, that only meant with the flesh that they eat. And they made their own kill. They made their own kill. And they knew how to kill. You can't just kill the animal anyhow. Say, I got the blood in the fat. No. Get that head off, hang it upside down, and wait. You have to look. Sometimes you have to have patience. You have to know. Even wisdom will tell you, hey, wait, use patience. Wait. Wait until the conclusion of the matter. Or wait until that end. Or wait until this. Wisdom will tell you all of that. Tom sheep.
For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you upon the altar to make an atonement for your souls.
Don't want you eating with the blood, because the life is in the blood. It's in the blood. And I gave you the blood to make an atonement for your souls when you commit iniquity. Okay? So something about the blood contains that life in there, all right? It can be used as substitute for your blood. That's what the sacrifice is. I'm giving this up instead of me. But I can't eat of that blood. That blood gets put in a bowl, and his atonement gets made for it. The priest takes it, and it is not said what he does with it. I know one thing he don't do is he don't drink it. That's the one thing he don't do. He takes that blood and makes an atonement for the people. That's why God said, if y'all eat with the blood, how? All right. I got you now. The way Israelites eat today, their flesh, if they eat their flesh like this back then, where's the blood to make an atonement? Where's the blood to make the atonements? The blood hasn't been drawn out the animal. It's still in there. You're eating with the blood. So now they have to get all the blood out in order to get the blood to make an atonement. Get that now? So they had to get the blood out. There was no way blood is still in that flesh, because that blood has to be taken and make an atonement with it. Term sheet.
For the life of the flesh is in the blood,
and
I have given it to you upon the altar to make an atonement for your souls. For it is the blood that makes an atonement for the souls. Therefore I said unto the children of Israel, no soul of you shall eat blood, neither shall any stranger that sojourn among you eat blood. Whatsoever man there be.
Not even a stranger. The one that you have to treat as the homeborn. He come amongst you to live like you. He's commanded not to. Tom sheet.
And whatsoever man there be of the children of Israel, or of the stranger that sojourn among you, which hunted and catcheth any beast or fowl.
It said, whatsoever man there be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, when you go hunting. It's the only time you're going to eat flesh. When you go hunting for certain animals, you can't domesticate. Meaning, I can't keep a deer in my yard. The deer hopping the fence. You ain't keeping no deer. Those animals, you're not domesticated. You gotta hunt them. So it said, which hunted and catcheth any beast or what? Or fowl that may be eaten. But it doesn't say what fowl may be eaten, does it? No. Does it say what bird may be eaten?
No.
How we know that? We don't know that. They knew. It was something that they knew. And they knew, okay, this bird is good to be eaten. Because God didn't give us a description of clean birds.
That's right.
We only got birds that are unclean. And it's not like, if the bird got 3 legs, then it's clean. Like the rest of it.
We didn't get that.
We didn't get that. Like we got with the beasts. And we got with the fish of the seas. It had to have certain characteristics. God didn't say a bird has to have certain characteristics. He just said, catching any beast or fowl that may be eaten. We don't know which ones may be eaten. We can't even say what they caught was to be eaten. So that's why I teach no birds to be eaten. You can't tell me the chicken is clean, because it's not in there. The chicken didn't even exist in Israel. Right. Turkey did not exist. You know where turkey exists? Here. Turkey is wild all over this place. You're not going to go to Israel and find turkey there unless they bring it there. Y'all don't study, man. Y'all got to study. You got to study. You got to really study. Do you know rice didn't come into Israel until after the time of Nehemiah? They didn't eat rice. Rice is a grain that they didn't need, that does not grow in Israel. You have to have swampy land to get rice. That's why China and Japan and India is prominent in rice.
That's right.
And in the time of Nehemiah, the rice that was coming into Israel was coming from India.
That's right.
But if you leave it up to you, you would think they ate rice. They didn't eat rice. They ate wheat, barley, rye. Not that many left. Because different types of wheat come from the spell. All that is wheat. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of things did not get imported and exported till after the Common Era. You know what that means? The Common Era? AD. Everything was not how it is now, how you thinking. The ancient world was different. Jump sheet.
That may be eaten. He shall even pour out the blood thereof and cover it with dust. For it is the life of all flesh.
Pour out the blood. That's a lot of blood. Not let it trip out. Pour out. The only way to pour out blood off an animal, the head has to be totally off. When you dress the animal, we are the only ones that dressed the animal. You know what dress means? Prepare it to be eaten clean by God's law. So that means from the kill, all the way to the plate to you, it's in preparation of getting the blood and the fat out. That's what it means when you dress the animal. Tell you.
For it is the life of all flesh, the blood of it is for the life thereof. Therefore I said unto you, unto the children of Israel, you shall eat the blood of no manner of flesh.
No manner of flesh, not even your own. Boom! Ah, man, I cut. And what would people do? That's what heathens do. What they do? They suck it. You make a cut, you take the blood, you suck the blood. You're not supposed to do that. You don't eat blood out of your own flesh. Any manner of flesh. See, the customs and the things that the heathens do, we cannot follow and do. Okay? They are lawless. They have nothing to govern their life by. Tongue sheet.
For the life of all flesh is the blood thereof. Whosoever eateth shall be cut off. And every soul that eateth that which died of itself. All that which was torn.
Wait a minute, man. Hold on. How do I know what died of itself? How will I be able to find out if this steak that I bought in Food Bazaar, this steak that I bought, I will come here and say, oh yeah, $3.99, okay. This steak, these 4 pieces of steak here, do I know if that animal died of an evil disease? Because a lot of them die of themselves, okay? They don't get discarded. When you go to the store, they don't throw away food that passed the expiration date. They will sell you anything. Y'all understand that? If they eat anything, they will sell you anything. You understand? At a high price, might I add. Now, let's be for real. Sirloin chuck steak. That's what I got in my hand right now. I'm in the supermarket around the corner. I got chuck steak in my hand.
Next.
How am I going to be 100% positively sure the animal that these 3 steaks came from did not die of itself or was torn with beasts? And they said, sometimes the coyote get a couple. And the master would come, cut off the bad part of the animal, and still sell the rest. Okay? This is with everything, not just with animals, Whatever doesn't work, you take it back, they take it, they clean it up, and they put it back on the shelf. Am I right or wrong, brother? You seen it. We brought stuff back. This stuff don't work. They said, okay, clean. They took it and put it right back. And people were coming and buying it. That's unjust. That's unjust. So they're going to give you the food the same way. They're animals.
We print the labels.
we the only ones talking about getting the blood out. We the only ones in Israel talking about getting the blood out. Why are we the only ones talking about getting the blood out? We're not doing nothing wrong. God said get the blood out. We're not sinning. But why everybody acting like we sinning? The prophet said, thus said the Lord. The king said, kill him. These are the people we're dealing with, man. You understand? Governor, these are the people we're dealing with. Their actions don't surprise us. Okay? Time sheet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And every soul that eateth that which died of itself, or that which was torn with beasts, whether it be the one of your own country or a stranger, he shall both wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the evening.
Then he shall be clean. The Canaanites, okay, we call it roadkill. When you come upon an animal that's dead on the floor, he got killed by somebody on the road or another animal. You know, down south, people eat roadkill. Dead raccoon, say, I like that coon right there, a nice coon. Make a hat out of the coon's tail. And they'll take that possum, which is a big rat, and take it home. They didn't even kill it. Oh, wow, made it easy for me. Got him. Take him home, skin him, skin him,
nigga in the pot.
put him in, make possum pie, rat pie. That's a big giant rat. It comes from the monster. It will come out the rat family and the mouse family. But you just made a pie out of a rat. That's what they eating down there. Then when they go to fish, they eat. Yeah, I love that. Every time I get up here, I get a dissembler. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what Abba said. They're not gonna like what you spitting.
Shalom.
Yeah. Know why?
Shalom.
Because I'm talking about the diets.
Shalom.
I'm talking about the diet. Once you start talking about the diet, everything get crazy. Time sheet. I love that.
Shalom.
And every
go ahead.
And every soul that eateth that which died of itself, or that which was torn with beasts, whether it be one of your own country or a stranger, he shall both wash his clothes and bathe himself in water and be unclean until the evening. Then shall he be clean. But if he wash them not, nor bathe his flesh, then he shall bear his iniquity.
Okay, so all of this flesh you eating.
Well, now.
See, this happened. He didn't know. He found out. He said, oh, man, this thing was okay. It was clean. Okay, cool. Let me go wash. We didn't on purpose. Okay? Spitefully. Presumptuously. Said, well, look, I'm admitting that the flesh, I don't know how it died. So I'm going to just eat it and go wash. That's not how that goes. When they found out, they didn't know. They said, hey, man, that thing had died of itself. So, oh, man, I ain't know. You go wash. That's when you go to wash. But they knew. There was no way for them not to know. They knew because I made my own kill. I didn't get my food from you or the Syrians or nobody else. Right or wrong?
Right.
I didn't get them from nobody else. Okay, go to the book of Daniel. We're going to close out from there. Let me tell you what chapter that. Verse of chapter 5.
Daniel chapter 5.
Daniel chapter 5. Belshazzar the king made a great feast to 1,000 of his lords and drank wine before the 1,000. Belshazzar, this is the grandson of Nebuchadnezzar. Belshazzar, while he tasted the wine, commanded to bring the golden and silver vessels which his father Nebuchadnezzar had taken out of the temple which was in Jerusalem. Nebuchadnezzar ran down on Babylon. He took everything out of there. All right? And when Nebuchadnezzar took everything, he didn't use nothing. He took all the utensils of God and he stored them and put them up and locked it away. Okay? Now, his son, Belshazzar, comes up. Nebuchadnezzar dead now. Let me sit down. He said, Belshazzar, while he tasted the wine, commanded to bring golden and silver vessels, which his father Nebuchadnezzar had taken out of the temple. He chose to go and take those same stuff and use them. Now, let me tell you something. Those are God's vessels. Those are his holy vessels. Not just anybody could drink wine. The only ones that drank wine out of those cups was the priests during the wine offering. He can't, not even the priest could put, well, I got my wine, let me go get this cup. He can't use that cup anytime he wants. That's God's cup. And he has to drink from that cup with certain sacrifices that go down. And then after that, that cup stays there. Leaves it alone.
You mad at the teacher. That's all.
Hey, I love it.
The teachers put flame.
I'm only talking about what God hates.
The teacher put flames.
Okay.
Continue flaming. Continue flaming.
So keep now, flaming. Come sheet. Because see, that is just to be a distraction.
Well, that's all that is. That's all that is.
He said, yo, go get those cups. I'm gonna drink out of those. He's being audacious. We call it being petty. But he's being spiteful. He's being bold for no reason. So now he got the king, his princes, his wives, his concubines drinking out of these cups. Tamshi.
Belshazzar the king made a great feast to 1,000 of his lords and drank wine before the thousands. Belshazzar, while he tasted the wine, commanded to bring the golden and silver vessels, which his father Nebuchadnezzar had taken out of the temple which was in Jerusalem, that the king and the princes, his wives, and his concubines might drink therein.
Right.
Then they bought the golden vessels that were taken out of the temple of the house of God, which was at Jerusalem. And the king and his princes, his wives, and his concubines drank in them. They drank wine and praised the gods of gold.
All right.
And silver.
Hold on. When they drank the wine, you know how they did it? I like to make a toast. And everybody go like this. Or what the Israelites do, the Israelites go l'chaim. All of that is what they're doing. See, my father made me a historian also. Okay? So I got to find out the origins of the customs, religions, mannerisms, and doings of the earth and people. I know what certain days that are celebrated. I know the origin, and I know why. And you do too. But we choose to walk in different directions. Tamshi. He said they drank wine and praised the gods of gold and of silver, of brass, of iron, of wood, and of stone. Tamshi, verse 5.
In the same hour came forth fingers of a man's hand.
Now, while they were doing that, a finger appeared out of nowhere. It wasn't small like my finger. It was a big finger. A finger came out of nowhere. Tamshi.
And wrote over against the candlestick upon the plaster of the wall of the king's palace.
This is in a spot where everybody could see, so it's like right here. Right here. The finger started writing as if it was a pen, like it had ink in it. And I can have, no. Do you believe that story? Oh, disassemblers?
Yeah.
Eaters of bloody meat?
Yeah.
Do you believe these stories?
Right.
I bet you don't even believe these stories. You don't believe that a finger came out of nowhere and started writing on the wall while they were praising God. You don't believe that Moses actually split the whole sea. Yeah. Because you don't believe the commandments, man.
Yeah, I don't believe those.
You ain't believing none of this,
That's
man.
Presumptuous sin.
There's no way you can believe this, man.
Yeah, talk about it.
Simple orders and commands. You disassemble, but you gonna believe this? What we reading about? Oh, come on, man.
Believe.
You're here for another reason.
Facts.
You're here for another reason.
That's why
to pile up sin on you, to pile up presumptuous sin. That's why you're here.
Clown.
That's your destiny. That's your end game. Why you ain't believing this? How you can believe this if you don't do the commandments? It don't make sense, man. But the figure come up and start writing on the wall. And what it wrote? What happened?
And the king saw the part of the hand that wrote. Then the king's countenance was changed, and his thoughts troubled him, so that the joints of his loins were loose, and his knees smote one against another.
He said the king's countenance was changed. He wasn't happy no more. He wasn't like, yeah, praise our God. This shook, and he can't make what he's seeing. Look, when you see something, you go, oh, wow. Look, I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see it myself. It was one of those situations. Because now he's looking at it like he don't have an answer for this. But he knows that is his doom. That is for him. His spirit knows. So that's why his spirit and his knees start shaking. He said his knees smote one against another. That's when your knees and everything starts shaking. You start doing this. You start shaking. He said, and that the joints of his loins were loose. You know what that means?
He released
On himself.
Yeah.
The joints of his loins, your loins, is what holds your bowel movements and your urinal movements.
Okay.
Right at that moment, his loins were loose. So whatever is there is going to drop out. Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
You put action or pain or violence. Sometimes people die by gunshot, and you look and see they use the bathroom on themselves. That's what happened to this guy. That's how scared he was. Tongue.
The king cried aloud to bring in the astrologers.
The who?
The king cried aloud.
Look, I just want to bring certain parts in this. This is one of them. To bring in who?
The astrologers.
Astrologers. What is astrology? The study of the sky. Now, the astrologers study the skies and they make sky gods. Gods of the heavens and earth. These people make gods of the sky, gods of fire, gods of water, gods of earth. This is why they got so many different gods. Okay? Now, the people who take their children and burn them to the fire, they serve the fire gods. They come from out of Babylon. The people who live near the water, like the Philistines, they serve the fish god, Dagon. Their god's name was Dagon. It means the fish god, Dago. Everybody who lives by the water served an idol. So you got Neptune, Aquaman, all of these guys. Okay? The god of the water. Then you got the ones that live in the hills. You got the god, he said, man, maybe their god is the god of the hills. So we attack them in the hills. Maybe their God is the God of the plains because that's how they perceived God. So they had sky gods. Now, when they look up, everything they saw in the sky, in the heavens, they made astrology and astronomy from that. And I've been telling y'all over the past couple of weeks, that's where the birthdays come from. Birthdays and astrology and astronomy go together. Because it's rigged up under the signs of the months. Signs. Those signs are deities. They're false gods. And when you look up, it said, be driven to worship them. And that's what they say, hey, these stars, this cluster of stars makes a bull. But when you look up there, you don't see that bull. Do you see it? I'm like, where they see this at? Two Hebrew letters. Kai. Life. God didn't tell you to put the word life together and toast to the word to life. God didn't even say toast to him. How about that? You don't worship with him like that. Okay? God said what to put on your totepe. They put Kai.
A sign or a symbol.
Nope. Signs and symbols, Chief Shama just told y'all earlier today, I'm going to reiterate. There is no sign, no symbol, no logo, nothing that can be drawn, carved out, or made to resemble or represent the Most High God. That is for the deities out there. of signs and symbols stand for God. That's what he said, man, you following these people. He said, you're Momo and Chi-Chi. I'm not going to say their names. But he mentioned two deities that the Israelites like to follow. He said, you like to follow the star of your God. Doesn't it say that? Mm-hmm. He said, that's the star of your God. Meaning, I'm not God to you. I'm not your God. But your God has a star that represents it. Mm-hmm. We're not supposed to be dealing with that. Up there, the stars, the real stars, are balls of light. They have no point. They have no point. But what we call stars here down here have points and sides that makes it a shape. And there are demonic shapes, signs, and symbols. And we all know this. We're supposed to leave them things alone. Our sign is the Shabbat. It says it's a sign between me and thee.
And, rules to the
and this is something that you live.
Rules to the day. You got to come.
You right. You got to come out.
Damn streamers.
You got to come out.
Yeah.
You got to come out.
Streamers. Yeah.
You know what? I go to bake Shalom over here. Or I go to bake something. But today I want to stay home and stream. No good.
Yeah.
The only time you streaming is if you can't get to now. No congregation. No congregation. Within miles. Okay? I'm sick and can't move. I'm bedridden. When Shabbat comes, that's when I stream. That's right. I'm in the hospital. That's when I stream. Hey, those are the only three. That's right. When I'm in the hospital, homesick, can't get up out the bed. Your bed, once you can walk, you better get there. Oh, my stomach hurt, you better get there. Oh, my tooth hurt, you better get there. That's right. You better get there. Wherever it is you got to go, there's a designated place of gathering on this day. And the last one is, if you're in a city where literally you're the only one that's living like this. Okay? Because when you're streaming, it doesn't count. I am not there. Yeah, I may be able to talk to the teacher that's talking right now through the chat, but I'm not present. Are you here? Are you physically here? No. I can't, all right? So you got to have a holy convocation.
Congregate, buddy.
No excuse.
No excuse.
You have to. No excuse. This streaming thing has made people lazy. So he said the astrologers. Mm-hmm. These are people, this is what the Chaldeans, that's what it means, astrologers. The word Chaldean means astronomers and astrologers. Mm-hmm. That is where religion comes from. Now, Babylon was the cradle of civilization, right? And everybody spread it out from there, right? Nobody spread it out from there with the knowledge of God. They all spread it with that religion. They all spread it with an idea of the sun god. And I take my idea of the sun god and go that way. You take your idea of the sun god and go that way. You take your idea of the sun god and go this way. Oh, this guy, I'm not with the sun, I'm with the moon. But you still go that way.
All I do is sunbathe.
And you go this way with the sunbathers. Yeah. Do sunbathing. Sunbathing and suntan, all that stuff about getting tan, sitting in the sun, all that is worship.
That's sun worship. Yeah.
It's worship.
Talk about it.
It's sun worship. Are you a plant? Do you need sun? Are you a tree? Are you a seed or something? Why are you sitting out there under the sun? They say they want to be like black people. No. They don't, you don't even know. You a slave. You don't know. Most slaves don't know nothing. You don't even know why they tan. The first people that tanned was in Greco-Roman era. And they went on their rooftops. And when they go on their rooftops, okay, it's when they go on their rooftops, is to serve the sun god. Everybody in Rome and Greece goes on the rooftops to serve the sun. High places. There's no mountains now. The high place is the roof. And when they go up there, they sit down there and and let the sun soak in the rays of the sun. Just that is worship of the sun.
Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Check yourself. Stop sunbathing, scribe.
You can't look and be just up there. All you do is look and see what time it is, and that's it. You keep moving. That's what that's for. That's what it was for. We didn't have clock. Oh wow, it's midday, it's high noon. Let's go. No, it's oh wow, look at that there. Wait, see that? Oh, a shooting star. You gotta make a wish when you see it. Hold on. That's where all the heathenism comes from.
Another form.
Okay?
Another form of moon worship.
The birthday cake. Make a wish and blow out the candles. That's the same thing.
That's the same thing.
When you see a shooting star.
That's the same thing.
When you blow a kiss to somebody.
That's the same thing.
All that is the same thing.
You look at the eclipse. Look at the eclipse. Moon worship.
That's right. It's moon and sun worship. Because you got the moon and the sun right there. One blocking the other. You are saying a crown. You cannot do that.
Go ahead.
The word, look. God did not give you a day or a prayer. Watch all these prayers going around.
Go ahead.
The Jews is the ones, the Judaism, they make a prayer for everything. They make a prayer for everything. Circumcising my son. Brother come. I said, brother, don't say no prayer. Don't say no prayer while my son getting circumcised. That's a Jewish prayer. I'm not Jewish. And this is not a Jewish ritual. This is the commandment that's being kept by God. The first one to do it was Abraham. And I'm in that banner. I don't want you. And the brother was like, no, but I said, brother, this is my house. This is my son. This is my son's circumcision. And I want it done exactly how Abraham did it. Go and cut it off and give me my son. Cut it off and give me my son. Okay? That's it. That's how we do it. Don't go saying prayers. Look. There was times when Joshua got down somewhere with Moses. God said, man, get up. It's iniquity. Go do what you got to do before you come pray with me. So that's not all the time. Oh, man, man, you better go in there and get the abomination out of here. So all that stargazing, we're not stargazers. Okay? When you go by your birthday, you are a stargazer. When you go by your birthday, you are an astronomer. When you go by your birthday, you are an astrologer. You are a Chaldean. You are a Babylonian. You are someone that Abraham left. We gotta leave these things alone, man. Yeah. Delete them. Disassembler. Sinner.
Shalom.
Sinner. Iniquitizer.
Shalom.
See?
Shalom.
I don't like that.
My block game is serious,
Don't like
stupids.
that.
Clowns. My block game is serious. Let's get it.
Not too much.
Facts. You're right.
Y'all keep coming up in here disassembling. You ain't doing nothing to me or mine. It's God. I'm gonna tell you what Moses said.
Clowns.
Everything that you say and you chatting and you typing and all that is going to the Most High God.
Facts.
He sees
right.
your text and he sees your
That's
chats
right.
and he hears your moans
That's right.
and he hears your complaints and
That's
your murmurs.
right.
I'm gonna just let you know that.
That's right.
So there's no effect to us.
It's not the time.
Okay?
It's never the
Leave that
time
alone.
for that.
But the Lord's being
Tomorrow ain't the time
pronounced.
for it. Monday ain't the time for it.
Okay. Where I'm at, astrologers. It said the king cried aloud to bring in what? Astrologers. The Chaldeans. And who else? The soothsayers. These are people who read your palm. These are people who gaze into the water. These are people who deal with, another thing. Leave those crystals alone. These stones, okay? Lodestones, magic stones. This stone to bring you a blessing. All that we didn't deal with. We didn't mess with no stones. No, there's no such thing as birthstones. Okay? We got to leave that stuff alone too. Township.
Whosoever shall read this writing, show me the interpretation thereof, shall be clothed with scarlet, and have a chain of gold about his neck.
Okay, so there was a writing on the wall. Nobody knew what that writing said. Nobody knew what it meant. And these are ancient people, but that writing was more ancient than them, Township. But we're going to see why they didn't know this writing that was on the wall.
Then came in all the king's wise men, for but they could not read the writing, nor make known to the king the interpretation thereof. Then was King Belshazzar greatly troubled, and his countenance was changing, and his lords were astonished.
He said they couldn't make it. All these guys, great wizards, they're looking at it. They said, I don't know what it means. It's letters, it's words, but I don't know. I've never seen this language before. Okay? He said, then came in all the king's wise men, but they could not read the writing nor make known to the king the interpretation thereof. He said, then was King Belshazzar, verse 9.
Then was the king Belshazzar greatly troubled, and his countenance was changing him, and his lords were astonished. Now the queen,
Astonished means astonished. They was bewildered. They were stuck. They didn't know. They didn't have an answer for that. For those words on the wall. They didn't have an answer. Okay, tell she.
Now the queens, by reason of the words of the king and his lords, came into the banquet house, and the queen spake and said, O king, live forever. Let not thy thoughts trouble thee, nor let the countenance be changed. There is a man in thy kingdom in whom is the spirit of the holy God, and in the days of thy father's light, understanding and wisdom, like the wisdom of the gods, was found in him, whom the king Nebuchadnezzar, thy father, the king, I say, thy father, made master of the magicians, astrologers, Chaldeans, and
made
soothsayers.
master of the Egyptians, astrologers, Chaldeans, and soothsayers. Okay? We're going to pick up from where we left off here. There's a lot of stuff in this chapter, Daniel 5, verse 11. Shalom Aleichem. Shalom Aleichem. Shalom. You got something out of what was brought by the Lord. I hope you got what was brought out of the Lord today.
Yeah. One more thing, you guys. Oxtails is unclean by God. I said by God.
Even if you get the blood out.